to take the committee's program very seriously. We used to be told that Friday is a working day. Just a moment. So, but to us, we've worked the whole week. I do appreciate that, honorable members. Let me greet everyone, the minister, our visitors who are with us, both staff of Parliament and the department. Firstly, I want to congratulate our women Proteas by winning against New Zealand recently. Also, they have not yet lost a single game at the World Cup. We wish them all the best against Australia in their next match on the 22nd of March. We remain excited for upcoming 2023 Netball World Cup, and would like to encourage the organizing committee to keep doing its good work in preparation for the tournament. But also we urge all our citizens to continue to support Netball Fridays by wearing netball t-shirts as a way of raising awareness of the upcoming World Cup. But also, I've seen that one other day you were again here in Cape Town. You must not forget that some of your members are here in Cape Town, those sometimes not in virtual, those who always attending a hybrid, that you must invite us when, especially when we are doing launching, we'll be excited to be part of you. I'm raising this that I've seen that you were around, let alone that it was the day of our work. But the invitation, it's so important to us. Let's apologize not to be with you. We want to be seen supporting you even physically. I'm taking this opportunity now to want us to look at the proposed agenda, and I'm suspecting that before we adopt the agenda, let me say that the agenda is with you on the screen. Do we have apologies before even you adopt it, in order that we must show whether we do have a quorum? I'm suspecting this is the correct way of starting the meeting. We'll adopt meeting, but we were not even aware who's here, who's not here. Maybe let's have apologies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have an apology from Mr. Zondi, who is having a family emergency. We also have an apology from Ms. Sibia, who is attending another meeting. We also have an apology from the Deputy Minister Mafu, who is still in the Eastern Cape for the anti-GBV outreach program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, so. And then now let's check with our delegation from the department who's here. But I've seen that the delegation today is led by Minister. Minister, DG, maybe you can assist the minister.
No, good morning, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, and
Yes.
good morning, honorable members. I'm Vusim Kize, the DG Sport, Arts and Culture. I would like to greet our Minister, Mr. Natim Tetwa. We have in our meeting right now the Deputy Director General, who is Sumaya Khan, and then we've got Simeon and Kanunu, who is responsible for parliamentary matters in the ministry. And then we've got Nogubonga Ramalepe, who is the acting director in the office of the DG. We've got then Mr. Toby Chamzashe, who is the advisor to the special advisor to the minister. We also have Mr. JP Lowe, who is the chief of staff in the minister's office. And then we've got also in our midst Lordwick, who is also in the DG's office, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG. Our visitors of netball, can we hear who's with us? President, are you with us?
In the video.
And the videos.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and good morning to all honorable members. Let me first say hashtag Netball Friday Drive. We are really impressed as Netball to see you, our leaders, wearing the T-shirt that is so saying we are so South African and we are so ready for 2023 Netball World Cup. Honorable Mhlongo, thank you for making sure that the chairperson goes and wear the T-shirt. We were listening, we could see that. Thank you so much. With me, I'm with my newly elected executive, which was elected in 2021 in October on the 23rd. Faces that you might know, faces that you don't know, but I'm so happy to introduce each and every one of them to you. Everybody knows Cecilia Molukwani from Polokwane, the chosen one, who is the president of Netball South Africa. And with me is the vice president of Netball South Africa, newly elected vice president, Ms. Mamidi Ale. Please wave. Thank you. Then we've got the director coaches from Cape Town. Ms. Mamidi Ale is from Gauteng. She resides in Gauteng. She's from Gauteng. The director coaches who resides in Cape Town, Anneli Lucas. The director selection who hails from KZN, Umama Ivy Kumalo. The director demarcations and structures who hails from also Pretoria, Gauteng, Ms. Claudine Klassen. We have also our CEO, who is has been there. You all know her. It's Ms. Blanche de la Cour. That's who we have, chairperson. The guy who's helping us with IT.
Oh, that you are so gender sensitive, ne?
Yes. Chairperson, I said to you, we are not apologetic by being women, all women.
Yes.
The moment that I see a woman leads rugby, then we'll put men in our executive.
Thank you, President. I know you can even take off this sharing of mine. I know you. You don't play with power. Honorable members, thank you so much. We do welcome the newly elected leaders of Netball South Africa. Now, honorable members, can anyone adopt the agenda?
Chairperson,
Yes.
before
Yes,
we adopt the
Honorable.
agenda, Thank you, Chair. Before we adopt the agenda, I propose we add an item on item number 6. The item number 6 will be correspondence from the minister. And then we'll have item number 7 as a closure. That's my suggestion, Chairperson.
The letter from the minister must be part of the agenda, or when we're
Yes.
doing our in meetings.
Must be part of our agenda.
Honorable members, this is the proposal from Honorable Mhlongo, propose an item in the agenda, a letter from minister.
Yes,
Chairperson.
Yes, on. Let me put the mic. Oh, Honorable, I'm sorry, I didn't open the chat. It's Honorable Malomane, Honorable Adams. I'm sorry, the hand is Honorable Mhlongo, Honorable Malomane, Honorable Adams, Honorable Veronica. I'm sorry, I didn't open the chat of participants in that order.
I think I've stated my case to say before I'm trying to propose the amendment of the agenda to add the item, the letter from the minister. Thank you.
Yes, I've noted and I've put the question to the members. So I'm seeing these 3 hands: Honorable Malomane, Honorable Adams, Honorable Veronica.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. Morning to everyone that is present in the meeting. Chair, when I raised the hand, I wanted to move for the adoption. Well, let me show my video on my apology. When I raised my hand, firstly, I wanted to move for the adoption of the agenda. But let me also speak on the item that Honorable Mhlongo is putting, so that we put that the item of a letter to the minister. My proposal is that because when we come to the meeting, we need to prepare ourselves for any discussion or any matter that is within the agenda. And myself, as Honorable Malomane, the letter, I don't know what pertaining the letter. I don't think it will be proper for me as Honorable Malomane or for the meeting to discuss an item that it was not, I didn't even prepare for that item, and I don't know what is pertaining on that letter. Maybe if it was shared to us as members firstly, and then we'll discuss this thing, not just to put it as an item. My view is that I'm move for the adoption of the agenda as presented without the addition of the item number 6. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Malomane. Honorable Adams.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to all on the platform. Chairperson, I've got the same sentiment as Honorable Malomane. I think the letter that Honorable Mhlongo is referring to, we have already have discussions on issues putting the same morning with on the meeting on the agenda. We know that we have a chance to put issues that we want to raise on the agenda before the agenda are released. So I also move for the proposal of Honorable Malomane, and also second on the adoption of the agenda. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Adams. Honorable Veronica.
Thank you, Chairperson. Morning to all. I support Honorable Mhlongo. I think the letter was sent out to all, so there's no excuse that no one can say that they didn't receive it to read it. It's not difficult to comprehend. So when we put it last on the agenda before we close closing remarks, I don't think it should be a problem for us as a committee to discuss it. Thank you, Chair. As I say, I support Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Honorable Veronica. Honorable Mamabulo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Of course, we did see the letter, and you remember we said because the letter is talking about issues of the artist and so on, and we need to give Minister Department a chance, maybe to compile
Point of order, Chair.
around
Point
those
of order,
finances and so on.
Sorry, Honorable
No, unfortunately, Chair, I'm in the villages. I can't open my video. I'm in the villages. I'm sorry. So, Chair,
no,
the point is that
listen, there's a point of order. Just a moment.
no, video. I'm in the villages, Chairman.
I'm chairing. Please respect me. I'm saying just hold. There is a point of order. That's the procedure of the meeting. Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think maybe members, I'm calling order because members are not aware which letter am I talking about. Can I read the letter, Chair?
Okay.
Because fumbling, they don't read the emails.
Honorable Mhlongo, I'll when all of you you are going to talk, I'll correct them. Don't read the letter. I didn't say read the letter.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's order because he's speaking in
Yes.
tongues. He's speaking in tongues. I'm talking about the letter that we've received, not what he's saying. That's why I'm calling for order.
Okay. Order sustained, Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you.
The only part that I'm saying, I didn't give you the permission to read the letter. Correct him. What he's saying is not what you want us to discuss. That is it's a point. We are right. Honorable Mamabulo.
No, but besides, Honorable Chair, I think we don't have the matter at hand now on the agenda. So I'm thinking the idea that we should adopt the agenda and focus on the netball issues, and then maybe give Honorable Mhlongo a chance next time to put miscellaneous items on the agenda. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mamabulo. Honorable Dennis.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity.
Are you like Honorable, who's this? Honorable Mamabulo.
I'm just getting out of my car. I just got home now. I was driving, Chairperson. I'm trying to get my video on, but I can't. But I want to make just a comment if you allow me. Thank you, Chairperson. I want to, I've heard now what the members are saying, and the one member said that they haven't seen the content. I want to make a proposal like one of the members said. If we're not able to place it on the agenda today and get on with the business with on the next opportunity at the next meeting to have it on the agenda. That's my view. I'm trying to find the middle view that we don't spend too much time on this item, Chair, and that we focus on netball. So if there are members who haven't seen it, then we must respect that, and then I would support it for the next meeting to be placed on the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, really, this thing, it's always with us to not to start, but it's the right of the members. Honorable members, my view is that I received this SMS this morning at 8:48, and when I opened it, I was still drafting my open remarks, and then I was feeling that there's nothing wrong, that I must put Honorable Mhlongo must put this on the meeting. But honorable members, the view is that let's put the item in our next meeting. Whilst if were these members that I know that were, when we are vibrant, the letter is very simple. It is responding on issues that we've discussed even in our last meeting. So if we still want further to discuss that letter, I'm taking upon myself next week, Tuesday, the staff are here, they must put the gender item. But sometimes my main worry is that when we want to discuss our in-house issues that we must put up in the agenda. I'm suspecting we do have a right of finishing the items whilst we adopt the items within the agenda. And when we finish our business with our invitees, and then I'll be saying, I'm proposing that, let's do that. I will be saying, honorable members, let's come to this item number 6, and then we will release the visitors. I'm suspecting it. This is a very professional way of doing the things. If we want the department to remain with us, but our own visitors, we must release them. I'm saying, honorable members, I'm taking that next Tuesday, we'll put the letter which we all receive from the office of the minister. That is going to be our last item in the agenda when we finish the meeting of our visitors, but the department and our good self will sit in that meeting. I thank you.
Seconded, Chairperson, thank you very much.
Chairperson, my hand is up.
Don't howl. Don't. Honorable Mama Bolo, you must raise your hand. You know what? I'm feeling very bad. The day is very important. Now having all of these things, let's respect our visitors. We need to behave in a meeting like honorable members. If they can do that, just howl in a meeting, it's not going to be right. Yes, Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chair. I saw that you didn't see my hand. That's why I was not helped.
Oh,
I apologize.
no, I was thinking that it was that hand, Honorable Mhlongo. I'm sorry about this because it was your point on the agenda. So I was not aware that you have lower or you raise your hand again. Now is your time, Honorable Mhlongo.
Yeah, Chairperson, I want to concur with your sentiments, but I want to warn members. I think members must not answer one, they don't know exactly what are they talking about. And it's shocking to see members that thinking it's another issue and they don't read their emails. And how do they contribute to these meetings if they don't even read their emails? I want that to note that Babu Lento, long enough video, or
Honorable Mhlongo, with due respect. No, with due respect. No, I want to interject you with due respect. Honorable Mhlongo, in this committee, I've got instances upon you, honorable members, that sometimes some members, they were saying that I've seen the correspondence, some they are saying no, but we must not treat us like that, because if I can quote instances where other members saying that I didn't receive. So let's stick on what we are saying, which is giving us the direction. There are members which didn't have, like Honorable Mhlongo, you know what? Since this month, I don't get emails in my iPad. They've been saying a lot of things, the IT. Let's address this thing with another time. I'm supporting what we are saying, Honorable Mhlongo, with due respect. For instance, about 2 members that they didn't get this thing. When I'm getting to the plenary, I'm even always want the ID and a code, because my emails is about 2 months which are not working. I'm respecting your view, Honorable Mhlongo. Please, my comment.
Yeah, Chair, I was still saying members must not respond to what they don't know. They must ask which email or which letter, because they're mixing issues. We've dealt with the first issue, they're saying, still thinking of that. That's why I'm saying it's either they don't read their emails, and there are 2 members here, Ubabu Mama Bolo, no Mamulento. They don't read their emails because we've received the letter. I've said the letter from the minister.
Can I correct that? Don't assume that people they didn't read. I was trying even that they must not come and respond on that because the problem of emails, no one can say that this one didn't read. Let's not get to that. Please, Honorable Mhlongo.
Chair, Ubab Mamabulu Kulmengama artist. I'm not talking about artist. He said that. Now he shows he did not read the email from the minister. I'm not going to apologize on that. It is clear. The letter does not speak about artists.
No, Chair, point of order.
Chairperson,
yes, point of order.
I'm taking your order, Honorable Mamabulu.
Comrade Chair, can you move on, please, with due respect? Let's move on. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, I've been raising my hand for a very long time.
No, I was not aware whether you are calling point of order because your hand you raised whilst Honorable Mhlongo was on the floor. I've seen your hand and I've seen the hand of Honorable Malomane. So I was trying to plead with Honorable Mhlongo to allow us to go on. Now I'm giving Honorable Mamabolo because he called a point of order. So I'm very sorry about that. It's just a point of order. I must prioritize it. I don't know, Honorable Mahlingos, whether you wanted to raise a point of order. You didn't want to just shout Uchepesi. I'm still not knowing what are we doing now. And I'm feeling very bad what is going on.
Chairperson,
you want to raise a point of order?
Yes, Chairperson.
Oh, thank you, Honorable. Just a moment, Honorable Mhlongo. Okay. Honorable Mahlingos.
Chairperson, I wanted to say that first of all, I'm sorry to just jump in without greeting everyone. I wanted to agree with Honorable Mhlongo that it's not fair that people can just jump in and attack another colleague because it seems like they didn't even care about responding to what Honorable Mhlongo was talking about the letter and all that. They just.
This is not a point of order, Honorable Rimar. This is not a point of order. And I must correct, no one attacked anyone here. Everybody contributed. Please, honorable members. Honorable Mhlongo, we're still on the floor, and I will just take an unpopular decision. If now hands are upcoming, round up, and I will give to Honorable Madlingos, Honorable Malomane, because Honorable Madlingos is not point of order. I will give him a chance to contribute. This is
Thank you,
bad.
Chair. Yeah, Chair, I think I'm not, I respect you, but I'm not undermining you, but I wanted to be clear that two members here who commented, Mam Adam said he responded because he saw the letter, but other members did not even read the emails. Now I'm saying that never comment. No, but I want to be specific. Mama Bulo Kulmangama artist, the letter does not speak about artists. The letter is about things that they did not receive. He has been copied on the email. It was sent to all of us. Now, please don't respond on something that you don't know. I'm saying it shows a lack of commitment to the committee. And when you speak, because it's Mhlongo, you must oppose everything that Mhlongo says.
Order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Malomane.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just want to raise a point of order to Honorable Mhlongo regarding my input on the issue of a letter. Honorable Mhlongo just said, I want to put an item, letter from the minister. I don't know which letter is he referring to. If maybe he did set the letter that was emailed to us on the 15th, I would have known that is the letter that we did receive. But I didn't know which letter he's referring to. So I couldn't agree on a letter that I never
Point
know.
of order. Point of order.
It. Thank you, Chair.
It's a point
Honorable
of debate
members,
what he's saying. Point of order. You must ask. You must ask when you don't know which
Honorable
letter.
Mhlongo, can it department, I'm closing this matter. I'm not going to give anyone, I'm not going to give you, Honorable Adams, I'm not going to give anyone. Let's talk with this thing as I proposed. I'm closing this matter as it now. No one I'm going to give her or him to talk on this point. Now, this item, and I'm seeing now it's abuse of myself chairing as if I don't know how to chair, because I've said everyone other members, they were saying, let's put it in the next meeting. Let me take this opportunity again to welcome you, Honorable Minister, to take us. Agenda has been adopted, and with 3 hands now, I'm giving the department to give us the overview. I thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, I'm not sure if Minister would like to make some opening remarks before we do that.
I did give the that minister must take us to do opening remarks. If is not yet ready to do that, please give. You are not. I'm suspecting Sema Khoto. Your network is bad, Honorable Minister. Your network is very bad. And we don't see you properly. Yes. Minister, if we are in a place as now we are seeing that we can't hear you, switch off your video. We've seen you.
Okay. And
yes.
How is it now?
Not yet, not yet better, Minister. Not yet.
Not yet better.
Minister, can now, Minister, can you try to sort yourself, and then so long DG take us through? Minister will do it after you, unless Minister is in a position which is better than this. DG.
Honorable Chairperson, I would like to thank this opportunity for us to present an overview on the Netball South Africa. And I would like to greet the President and her committee, President of Netball South Africa, and not just Netball South Africa, but Netball Africa, as well as member of International World Netball.
I'm not sure whether I'm, I think there's a problem here. The chair, what's happening? Am I audible, Chair?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, it's better now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we do hear you now, Minister. We are better than.
Well, let me switch off my camera, Chair. I think.
What I've said, yes, Minister.
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks, Chair, and thank you very much for having this meeting, a very important meeting indeed today. meeting dealing with an important subject, netball. Chair, I must say that the commitment we made right from the beginning of this administration that we will support women in sport in all the sporting codes. We stand by that, and netball is one such example that we support and will continue to do that. And netball is doing well as one important national federation in our country. It's proven by their success in hosting, as it would be hosting the Netball World Cup 2023 next year. And all parties are on board to ensure that we show the world that South Africa indeed is a netball community and a netball country. We want to see the legacy of this, having young women, girls in particular, taking a center stage and being a real legacy for this World Cup. And that will also be talking to the issue of transformation, because our sporting fraternity still faces this challenge of transformation, which we are on it together with the Department of Basic Education, and we are looking beyond our MOI with the Department of Basic Education and looking at ways of complementing this process, the pipeline to national federations, to the world stage, and so on. Hence, we've launched the program, the Sport Ambassadors Program, which is still part of the school sport, but targeting learners after school and communities, so that we grow this cake of ensuring that indeed in the townships, in the informal settlements, in the rural areas, young people, especially girls, get an opportunity to showcase their talent and be groomed to ensure that this sporting code in the country, which is number 2, has an ambition to be number 1, because football is number 1 loved sport in the country. So we want to do everything in our power to ensure that we go and we make a difference out of this. I think that's the most important thing. Other things are not so important in the country today. There's nothing as more important than getting the country behind netball and deal with serious and substantive issues which is facing us as a nation. So I have DG here who has introduced the team, who's going to get into the details of the program and what netball is doing currently, and we take it from there. And once more, happy Netball Friday. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable President. The DG was already started whilst we were having hiccups of networking. Thank you, DG. Continue.
I would like to thank the Honorable Chairperson for the opportunity to present the overview on behalf of department. We are here, Honorable Chairperson, presenting the overview of a sport that is second most supported sport, the most followed sport, second followed sport, and therefore then representing the majority of South Africans in terms of gender, If we look at the center of South Africa, that we are dealing with more than 80 million women in this country, as compared to males who are just below 29 million in a population of about 60 million. Therefore, then this is a sport, as minister have indicated, that deserves and requires utmost commitment towards its support and making a difference in the lives of South Africans, and particularly the girl child. Honorable Chairperson, our presentation, therefore, then focuses on the presentation that the Portfolio Committee has requested that deals with the overview on the Netball SA as they present their annual report. Honorable Chairperson, also we touched very briefly in relation to the support of the Netball 2023 World Cup, as Netball SA would be able to talk to that. If we move then to the next slide, we are just highlighting, Honorable Chairperson, that the support that the department has been providing and continues to provide, it remains being both financial, technical, as well as moral support that we need to give. Chairperson, dedicated support to reposition Netball SA through the Federation's intensive support program was then instituted in 2012. And we are looking at the main objectives of supporting netball, being that of creation of administration for netball in the country that is both clean, ethical, organized, and capable of delivering this sport to the majority of citizens. We're also looking at, Chairperson, at the creation and introduction of new products in this sport. We further, Chairperson, look at the repositioning of netball as the most viable sport for corporate investment, as we know that for its sustainability, private investment is one of the key mechanisms to promote and sustain the sport that is the netball. So we are looking, Chairperson, then at financial support that relates to, firstly, that for 2021-2022, department had provided the financial support to the value of 3.5 million. And this is aimed at focusing on both administration as well as which is 200,000, and 3.3 million that focuses on key tournaments, such as 4 Nations tournament, the Diamond Challenge, the Twiza Provincial Championship, All Africa Games, the Under 21 and Senior National Championships, and the Males Championships. And the President and her committee have always ensured that this sport is not seen through the glasses of males, of females only, but that this sport is a sport that males can also take part. And that then assists in terms of social cohesion and nation building as we bring together boys and girls in ensuring that they participate in this sport and remove the stereotypes about gender-based games. And therefore, we then do support their programs in this regard. Chairperson, the department also noted that the application by NSA, which did not have much of the detail on the capacitation of administrators as well as technical officials and coaches. This we believe is a live stream that they do need to get the support. We are engaging with the Netball SA to see how best can this be incorporated as part of support as we do provide to the other federations, as this is key to the development and the growth of the game, where you've got utmost skilled and capable coaches and officials who are also keeping up with the new trends in the sport. This also has then been communicated when they say, and the plans we are sure with this capable brand new leadership, they will be able to provide and notify the plans. And then the department will have to consider what additional support it can provide. Chairperson, if we proceed, we then look at the issue of the World Cup. Just the minister have spoken passionately about this issue, and it's one of the key areas that we pride ourselves that Netball SA was able to bid and win this bid, which is a first of its kind on African soil. And that is why, working with Netball SA, together with the board for the World Cup, Netball 2023, we will make sure that those commitments made during the bidding process are fulfilled. Among those commitments is the issue of the legacy program. Now, the following are the issues related to the domestic legacy program, which includes improvement of key age group categories, where they will participate in the new events and competitions that will ensure the pipeline for netball in South Africa. Secondly, is to ensure that the transformation targets of Netball SA and further empowerment of women is accelerated. Chairperson, improving provincial structures and administration levels is key, because we all know that sport is not just national, but first and foremost, it's from the local as well as the provincial level. And therefore, if the structures are functional and administration is a capable and well-skilled administration at these levels, then we are guaranteed greater success at a national level. But also the issue of development of facilities in identified communities across all the provinces. We're emphasizing this in relation to the World Cup, because it is our understanding this is not a World Cup of a particular province, but this is a World Cup for Africa in general. And therefore, then it is important that our country have the legacy programs being experienced and left, so that then the sport beyond the World Cup continues to flourish. But also finally, Chair, is about then these legacy projects talking to the 30 netball courts across the communities of the Western Cape, because that is where this will be hosted. If we then move to the next slide, Chairperson, here we're talking about what are these multi-purpose sport courts programs and where will they be implemented. We are using here, Chairperson, an instrument of Sports Trust, who will then have in the next 21 months be able to leading to the 2023 World Cup, to be able to help in the construction of the netball courts. Now, the following schools in particular were identified by Netball SA, so that they are the very first beneficiaries. We then provide the breakdown, as we have indicated in the previous slide, that this covers all provinces. And that is one of the most important considerations that Netball SA have given, that this Netball World Cup benefits the whole country. And that is the breakdown, Chair. I would ask that I do not go one by one and to read them, because we had provided the report to the committee. But as you can see, just in terms of districts, these districts, we were looking at the issues of rurality and demographics, and making sure that those who were previously disadvantaged are the ones who will then get the opportunity to have high quality standards netball courts. And then we have then the breakdown throughout the country. So if we go to the next slide, Chairperson, we then talk to the issues of transformation, and as led by and reported through the Eminent Persons Group, which is popularly known as EPG. So EPG matters that were reported based on the 3 years 2017 to 2019 indicate the following findings. Relating to transformation at the board level, the federation's demographics as up to 2019 had a predominantly white population of 60%, and then respectively 57 and 57 as over the 3 years. That means that in terms of the population demographics, this is an imbalance, because if you look at the majority of Africans in the country or blacks in the country, they are talking of 81% African, and then you add the colored and Indian, you will get a higher percentage. However, this is an area as of 2019 that needs to be addressed, because if the level of board is not reflective of demographics, then the direction and the influence of what should happen on Netball SA might be skewed. The national male senior team, chairperson, and as well as the underage team, which is a youth group, has got the majority of participants at the level of 93%. And that is now general Black African. Now, the only challenge is there is no representative of underage male teams that was reported. And this reflected then the incomplete underage male team pipeline. So the greater focus on this area will be given. Then the APG also indicated that in the national female senior team and the underage team thereof, the relatively demographically untransformed senior national female team as of 2019 was predominantly white at 57% and 38% at an African, Black African. This has remained unchanged, relatively so over the past 3 years under review by APG. Then if we look at this pipeline of under 2021, 19, under 18, as well as under 17, it still reflects a similar pattern of 57% white, and then 55% over then the following year, and 53% and 46%. This then indicates that there is still a need here to help with the transformation of the senior team, but this can only happen if the lower teams are also transformed as the feeder to the purple tiers. Now on the issue of the coach and the reference structures, Chairperson, here, interesting thing is that the coach structure of the organization is also predominantly white at 54%, Black African at 33%, colored at 13%, or Indian also as part of that classification of 13%. The referee structure is still at 66% white, while you have only about 54% black, generic black. Now, Chairperson, on the medical and scientific support base, which will talk to professions like physiotherapists, interestingly there, it's a complete inverse that 0% white and then 60% Black African, 40% colored or Indian. When we talk to the schools and club structures, well, there was no specific numbers here, but the indication was that there is a growth in relation to participation levels. Chairperson, how then did overall performance on the APG between 2017 and 19 on the overall score of Netball SA was at 62% of targets that were being achieved. I would like to end there, Chairperson. Over to you.
Thank you so much, DG. Now, again, let me greet the president of Netball with our new leadership of Netball, apologizing of keeping you waiting. Some of us, we do respect our own visitors, but sometimes we do have some. Who's talking now? DG, please switch off your mic. DG. Yeah, I was saying that now this is the time that I must officially greet the president of Netball with the entire leadership of Netball. I want to apologize on keeping you waiting, sorting an in-house things. We're supposed to do these things when we're alone, but you also lead us. You know that sometimes things like this are happening. They are not, you are not immune in some of these things. Now we are welcoming President, hoping that I once saw you having POP, wanted to go to a memorial service And I was very worried. I was happy when I went to that memorial service. You were not there. What is social family being? But that day, you were not even able to walk, but you wanted to be part of our past on netball. Their souls rest in peace. President.
Thank you, Chairperson. And the apologies accepted. We all leaders here. We understand, and we're not here to judge anyone, but we're here to make sure that netball becomes the #1 sport in the country. That's all we are interested in. The other things don't need us. We just administrators who just want to see the sport growing in this country and want to see a girl child and a boy child getting out of the street and doing something about their lives and turning out to be the best of the best they could be. That is our duty, and that is exactly what we want to do. Most importantly, hosting the first ever, World Cup, Netball World Cup in the country. That after 63 years of existence of netball in the world, it will be for the first time that Africa hosts this kind of a magnificent, event, and most importantly, that Netball South Africa is hosting it. And the cherry on top is it's led by women, and women who wants to see, change, and women who wants to change the narratives of sport in this country. So I'm one leader who's very proud to sit here with the kind of committee that I'm sitting with, and we're saying we want to see netball going forward, and with the kind of leadership we have in the country, we cannot take that away. The kind of minister we have who's supporting netball, being a man, it humbles us. The chairperson we have, who's a woman who doesn't have a choice, but just to support women, because she's a chairperson, she's a woman of the portfolio. We are really humbled as Netball South Africa. And at the end of the day, we want to also thank the DG of, we give him sleepless nights. And I always say to the DG, I think I'm the most beautiful headache you can ever have. Because, if you have a headache from a woman, it's the most beautiful headache that you can ever have. So we want to thank his team in his department to say we are so thankful. And all the leadership. I mean, Chairperson, when I cry to you, you are there for us. And I'm not complaining because I can talk to any honorable in that portfolio. I know Honorable Mhlongo is open for us when we talk to him. Honorable Madlingos, I cannot mention all of you, but I know those that I can talk to. Honorable Veronica will engage us, Van Beek, and we'll talk to them. So we are not even saying who is who. To us, it's your leaders, and to engage with you as leaders. I think that is my opening remarks, and saying thank you so much for allowing us to come here and to present what we should present. Chairperson.
Thank you, President. You must direct this ship who's going to do what until I will be taking over. By now, that's your team, and I know you can drive this ship.
Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Chairperson?
Yes,
Apology,
yes.
Chair. There's a Galaxy S9. Who's the person? Galaxy S9. Can you know who's the person? Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Honorable.
It's Mamuka Ola, she is using her phone.
At least we have indication who's that. Did you hear, Honorable? Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Some of us, sometimes we do use phones because of what I've just narrated. I'm no longer using an iPad, but I can use my iPad if I'm given the ID and whatever. Thank you. Go on, President.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Let me try and give you an annual report that we have for 2020 and 2021. which we all understand and know that 2021 was an elective year in Netball South Africa. Hence, you see the new executive that is here. I'll try and summarize the reports, because other directors that were directors are no longer directors. So I'll try and summarize all the reports that we have been given there, and to talk about things that are key in netball. I'm hoping that all that we are doing as netball, it's what I say, change the narratives. I can't talk much about the introduction that we had, but let me start by Netball South Africa. When we got into Netball South Africa, players were not getting any allowances in anything. In 2017, when we took office, I had to make that drastic decision of cutting the directors' allowances and giving players allowances every month, and proudly say that we are now paying our players monthly till to date, and we are about to announce something very big, which I think all of us should wait for the announcement. I want to keep you on your toes and make you very excited to on the players' monies and allowances after we announce this big sponsorship that will be taking the players from what we are now, from April to 2023 December, the ones that are taking us to the World Cup. But I'm saying, let's just wait for the big announcement that will be there in 3 weeks' time, that will be announcing. Can I have the next slide, please? Then we have always make sure that we will, I can't see this. Oh, okay. The directors' allowance, as I said, were cut because we want to make sure that we give the players the money. And 2023 Netball World Cup brief, I think I should jump that one, because we are going to give you a full summary of what is happening in 2023, and that's one. Let's just cut it and state it that, you know, we would summarize. We will summarize. The one that is following, Chairperson, is the events planning update that we had for 2023 and everything. So anything that has to do with 2023, to me, it's let's jump it, because that was the summary that was actually I was giving to our council members, so as they can understand the status where we are at. Let me talk about the SPAR Protea coaching staff. The SPAR Protea coaching staff, when Coach Norma Plummer and Coach Nicole, those are Australians that were called into the country to come and help us as Netball South Africa. When their contract went to an end in 2019, Chairperson, we felt that it's key now that going to 2023, knowing that we are the host of 2023 Netball World Cup, we appoint our own South Africans that they sit on the bench and our own take us to the World Cup. And if we need to be that we get the expertise from outside, let it only be on consultative, you know, mode, but not sitting on the bench. And, you know, let's give the South Africans the honor to wear the badge, the SPAR Protea badge, and take us through to the World Cup. So we appointed Coach Dorette Badenhorst. We appointed Coach Dorette Badenhorst, who is the head coach, and we appointed Dumisani Chauke, who is the assistant coach of the SPAR Proteas. And we saw sustainability in keeping our team manager, who is Nisha. Yes, yeah, this is the name. I can't call it Rupnerine. I always struggle calling this name. She's an Indian from KZN. And we felt like those are the teams that can take us forward. We've got Fiki Le, that is our password, that is our physiotherapist. And we have Shanae, who's our sports scientist. We have just appointed a new high performance manager we had to go and steal from the best of the best. We took him from SA Rugby. We wanted the best of the best to go into the World Cup. So it's Ines Erasmus who's taking us to the World Cup. Our achievements, we had new sponsorship from 2017 to 2021. Our new sponsorship that we had Telkom, which was big, which is our big one, and Telkom, we all know that is the TNL, which will obviously this year be starting on the 27th of April on Freedom Day. We did it deliberately that we start our tournament on Freedom Day, so as we can celebrate the freedom that we have, and we can celebrate being women on that day. We started in KZN. That will be at the Olive Center in KZN when we start our Telkom Netball League in this year. And we also have Twiza. Twiza is our sponsor that we said to them, netball doesn't begin at elite level. It only begins at club level. So we said, what is that we can do as Netball South Africa? Then we talked to Twiza, and then we created the Twiza Netball Club Championships. First in its kind, which has brought us our membership to grow more than 2,000 members new that we saw, that we normally don't see in netball growing. And this year we are expecting more growth in membership because of the Twiza Netball Club Championships. You start at your club competes at the district. After they compete at the district, we take them to compete at the provincial level. At the provincial level, we've got the team that presents the province at national level, and we crown the winners at national level, which is all paid by Netball South Africa, because we understand that clubs don't have money. So we take them from giving them the attire, making them sleep in hotels, accommodate them into hotels, feed them, and then even transport them for free in all that we are doing, only to make sure that we doing this. We also want to make it more exciting and introduce mixed teams. Mixed teams, it means males and female playing together on one court, but definitely, Chairperson, I can guarantee you, females will dominate on court, not males. They know, and I've said that even in council. Then we had Puma coming up on board. Puma is our clothing sponsor, which we would also encourage portfolio members to go and buy Puma. I'll negotiate with Puma, that I can promise today. I'm not buying your faces, but I can promise Puma that I'll have all your names, that when you go to Puma stores, outlets, you get your 20% off when you buy Puma. If only you promise me that you're only going to wear Puma from now, I can do that. Then we have Puma coming up and dressing our girls in 2019 before we even signed the contract with them to the World Cup to make them look beautiful, because definitely we all know that when you look good, you feel good, you play good. Thank you to Puma. And we have ambassadors that Puma are giving clothes and making sure that they're very nice and shining all the time. We've got Bongo Msomi, who's our captain. We've got Kanisa Chawani, we've got Zanele Vimbele, and we've got Shedin van der Merwe, who are our ambassadors of Puma in Netball SA. I've talked about the events, but I want to also talk about the male netball championship. I've talked about the Telkom Netball League. Everybody now understands it now. The male netball championships, I think we're a very unique country that started the male netball championship. And I can tell you now that proudly sitting where I am, we have challenged the World Netball, and the World Netball have seen the importance of putting males also to play netball. And we've been playing these championships for years as Netball South Africa. And this year we played them in Uppington for the first time ever, that Northern Cape, since netball came together, since netball was incepted in 63 years that we have seen the existence. that for the first time that Northern Cape hosted championships, which went brilliantly. So I can give them a round of applause and make sure that, they did well in making sure that we do that. We are also looking at the junior. I think this is very key that I talk about the Telkom netball champs. Why it's key is because of we have taken with Telkom and in the contract that we signed with Telkom to say we want our juniors to also be capacitated and to be out there so as we don't struggle when we're selecting our under 21s. Actually, it was for our under 19s, which goes to Region 5 games, which we are proud champions of Region 5 games that went to Lesotho last year. Netball got gold in that one. And these are the players that were actually identified at the Telkom netball champs, which is the under 17 of schools and under 18 of schools and under 19s of Netball South Africa. So it's a collaboration of schools and Netball South Africa. So we do the tournament working together with schools, identifying these players, capacitating schools at the same time when it comes to selection, when it comes to coaching, because our coaches, our PCDs, provincial coach developers, let me explain the word, will be sitting there and mentoring these other coaches from schools on how to do things. And also our umpires being graded, not at school level, however, at the national level. That is how we are going through and giving these players an opportunity to see their seniors, because in under 19, you get your university players, you got your club players that are good and they can see them and idolize them and sometimes even play with them at the same time on court and teach them one or two things. We can also say that, proudly say that we had the Dstv School Challenge. The Dstv School Challenge is the one that we wanted schools to be out there to play and to make sure that together with schools, it's not only played and not seen. It's played and seen on Dstv because as SuperSport is one of our sponsors, we said to them, we want netball to be out there and we want netball to be talked about. And we don't only want it at elite level, we also want it, as much as we want it at club level, we want it at schools levels, because that is where actual development starts at. And then that is where we were driving at. We had the first ever male international tournament, which we pride ourselves as Netball South Africa, because we had 3 countries, 2 countries from Africa, that is Uganda and Kenya, joining us, and we had Department of Correctional Services. I don't even want to talk about the department, but it had a very good experience because the scores, that's why everybody's laughing. They were unbelievable. We had Action Netball, which is our associate member, and we have our own national team, which actually won the first ever male international tournament. We're looking at also hosting the first ever male Africa championship, which is not part of this report, but as talking about males, the first ever male African championships, which African countries have asked South Africa to host it because it was supposed to go to Morocco. And then Morocco has got serious COVID-19 restrictions, which we understand that our own sister countries in Africa cannot afford to have those restrictions and those quarantine days being there. In 2019, we could have prided ourselves with the awards that we won as Federation of the Year, as Team of the Year, Administrator of the Year, and International Award of the Ministerial Award that was given to Carla, who is still the best of the best in the world, as the best goal defense that the world have ever seen, and it's here in our country. We are envisioning possible things for the future. It is sad that I'm saying this, but I have to say that Netball South Africa doesn't have its own house. We don't have our own arena. The house that we're at, that is next to Lobsters at Park Street, house number 846, it's a Tshwane leased house. We have leased the house from Tshwane municipality, and we are still trying to get to talk to the mayor of Tshwane to at least give us the house and let it be our home forever as a legacy for 2023. And that is where we would need some of your interventions as our leaders to help us in getting that house to be our own house and be our own office, and we don't lease on the house that was there. And we want to have to turn netball professional. And we can only do that by getting sponsors coming on board and making sure that we turn professional. Our girls wake up in the morning, go to the netball court like the football boys are doing, like the rugby boys are doing, like the soccer boys are doing, the cricket boys are doing. And we get our players to be paid for what they love doing. But most importantly, as I talk about turning netball professional, we are encouraging our players to go to school, to learn, because you cannot want your career to be dependent only on sport. Because if you get hurt and you have a crooked knee, like your president, like Cecilia Molokwane, you must have something to turn back on and say, I can do this. And we might even have things that might be happening that we help you with. But I can also pride myself and ourselves as this executive sitting here to say most of our players are actually intellectuals. The Carla Pretorias I was talking about is a qualified dietitian that we have. We've got teachers, we've got scientists, we've got biokineticists, we've got physiotherapists that are within the netball spa proteas that are playing. We've got managers like Bongim Somi, who is a manager of netball at UJ. We pride ourselves with our girls because they went to school and learned. We still say to them, go to school and learn, not only depend on netball, and we'll keep on emphasizing that. We would love to actually thank all our stakeholders, as we've seen. And I think it's key that you all know who our stakeholders are. The most important stakeholder that we have is the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture nationally. That is our most important stakeholder that we have. And we have all provincial MECs who we want to say to them, thank you so much for the support that we get as netball. Whenever we knock on their doors, they're there for us and willing to help all the time. We want to also thank the minister himself and the deputy minister for the support they're giving them for. It's key for us to thank them because when we knock on their doors, even though most of the time we cannot agree on things, but we disagree to agree. That's one thing that I appreciate about the relationship we have with our department and our DG and his entourage as a whole and his staff. I want to say SPA, it's not good for you. SPA, it's good for netball. That's why we always say. They've been there for us through thick and thin, and they've been supporting us. And please support SPA. Don't buy at Woolworths, please go and buy at SPA. I want to also thank Soho-san. Soho-san is our accommodation partners that, most of the time we traveled a lot. We do a lot of events as Netball South Africa, and they've given us a very good deal with them. And we want to say thank you to Soho-san. Supersport, and we want to say thank you so much to Supersport, because when we said to them, we want you to bring the national broadcaster on board, that is SABC, for the World Cup. They did that. And we want to say the relationship and the partnership we had with them, and we still have, and we're still going to have with them, is the one that we treasure. And again, our girls are always energized. Chairperson, when you are not energized in your portfolio committee, you must tell me, we'll bring some energy that you will be energized, and you drink them and you see proud sponsors of Netball South Africa. Gilbert is our ball sponsor, and we are happy to say that we are also going with Gilbert because of they're also our World Netball, ball sponsor is an official ball from World Netball, so we are not deviating from that, and from African Netball. Puma, which stresses, I've said enough about Puma, which is part of us lottery. We have to talk about lottery because last year we could do courses that we had that capacitated our members in administrative that we thought they did a good job when it comes to that. I don't think I'm forgetting any. Twiza, I've talked about them. I can't talk much about them because I've already talked about the tournament that we do with them. We are anticipating 4 new sponsors that we will be announcing. Some two have signed on a dotted line. We will be announcing them very soon, as I said, in 3 weeks. And then the other 2 we are finalizing. Actually, it's the other 3 that we are finalizing. So we heard you, Chairperson, when we do these launches, we will invite you. So as you celebrate with us and know what we're coming through. We had new appointments in Netball South Africa. We appointed the PR manager, and we appointed the high performance manager, and we appointed our CEO position was advertised, but we felt like for the sake of continuity and that we are going to host the World Cup, we keep our CEO until next year in September after the World Cup is done and dusted. And then we do that for all of us. We did admin courses, as I said, in collaboration for all our 52 districts in collaboration with Lottery, and we capacitated all of them. There was an SGM asked before we came back from my step aside to give the reasons to read in, to settle in. Those are the things that when I was told to step aside, which I still don't understand, but even today, but it's fine. It's water under the bridge. And we had a lot of things going on with demarcations and structures. At the time we had the workshops that we never had for a while. And then we go into hosting of events. We had events, we hosted the Africa Cup. After 10 years of absence in Africa Netball, we went back to Africa in 2019. And in that year, I was also elected the president of Netball Africa to take Africa forward. We played our Region 5 games, which I said we won as netball under SASCOC, and we hosted in 2021. We hosted the Africa Cup in Namibia, where our girls, Chairperson, are the champions. Are the what do you call it? The defending champions of Africa netball, and we are going to have the Africa Male Cup that I talked about. We are going to have Africa regional qualifiers. This is where they are going to test the systems of World Netball if we're ready to host the 2023 Netball World Cup. These qualifiers would appreciate if all the portfolio members come to Pretoria from the 20th to the 27th of August, where we'll be hosting the Africa qualifiers, where all Africa countries will be fighting to be participating in the World Cup that South Africa will be hosting in 2023. We will be participating as a host country, but we all know that we qualified. And let me also say this, Chairperson, we did not qualify because of we are the host. Even if it was about rankings, as people qualify with 2 rankings, Netball South Africa has qualified. We are even giving Uganda or Malawi a space to qualify without going to qualifiers because of we are the host. We qualified without being the host. So we worked for our qualification. We wanted the World Netball Matters. We wanted to go to Jamaica. We all know why we didn't go to Jamaica because of the COVID-19 restrictions. But the team ended up going to Northern Ireland to go and play. So it's because we give them more game time that we had. At World Netball, I can proudly say Carla Pretorius is a representative, and Bongim Somi was just announced the ambassador of World Netball last year, October, November, if I'm not wrong. And Carla is also a players rep that we have in World Netball, and these are South Africans. And Bongim Somi was made to sit in the bid evaluation committee of World Netball when we awarded Australia the rights to host the 2027 Netball World Cup, which we will be handing over the baton to in 2023 to the Australian president that will be there. And we have this one, I had to fight together with my CEO, that they wanted to give us a technical director of 2023 Netball World Cup that is from another country. We said South Africa has got the skills, has got the capability, has got the capacity. We are not going to allow anyone who's not a South African to be dealing such an important role. We want the skills and everything to be left in South Africa so it can be taken to everybody to learn, and it can capacitate other people. Our fight at least went to ears that could hear us in the World Netball, and Charlotte Scholes, Generic Black from Cape Town, was appointed doctor. Actually, she's a doctor by profession, Dr. Charlotte Scholes. As I said to you, in netball, we deal with intellectuals. Dr. Charlotte Scholes was appointed as the technical delegate for the Netball World Cup 2023. So we've got our own South African leading us in that one. Unfortunately, I was summoned to World Netball Ethics to explain the story of the sex pest that was all over the news. We cannot run away from things that are happening with us and how we handle them, and which we have a safeguarding policy that is working with us, that we have as we work with it through SASCOP, and we make sure that we, at all times, we safeguard our players. Most importantly, the girl child. As a mother myself, having girl children, I want to protect my girls and make sure that my girls are well protected. Commonwealth Games, as we all know, will be held in Birmingham and Charlotte Scholes.
President, your presentation is taking all the time, even for the members to engage with it. Try to summarize in order that we must have also enough time to engage with the presentation. I'm sorry to do that. We have exceeded the time for presentation, but please try to round up. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry for that. I think I've summarized everything in this report, because my report summarizes everybody's portfolio, but the most important thing that we want to talk about is transformation. We are aware about the transformation. We are trying all our best in making sure that our umpires, we're lacking when it comes to umpires. We're lacking a lot of transformation there, because all the umpires that are going overseas, that are UAPs that are going overseas, are white umpires. We're trying everything down. We've got 4 ITIDs, which are of color, which is not easy, because in umpiring we have to go through stages, but we are forced that in the 4 years that we could at least get 4 umpires, which was impossible, but we made it possible for us to get. We are anticipating that even in the 4 coming years we can get that. We are coming to say that we can pride ourselves right now with the kind of membership we have now at clubs at Netball South Africa, and that we are going to do capacity building. And next year again, that we are going to host the quad series that has been there. We are hosting the quad series that is between Australia, New Zealand, England, and South Africa, that will be played at the City ICC, also testing the World Cup if we are ready or not. I've talked about most of our events, and I think let me summarize it from there and say our teams, our national teams.
Hold on.
Thank you so much.
President, the second presentation who's going to give us
the World Cup.
When summarizing, yes.
Let me take the CEO to summarize
Please.
The World Cup.
Yes.
Where's the presentation?
Chairperson, on a point of order.
Yes, honorable member.
Chairperson, I wonder where the project manager of the 2023 World Cup is. Ms. Robin Mpete, is she not supposed to take us through the World Cup? Or is she not the acting speaker?
Honorable Van Dijk, we don't enter to invitees in-house.
Chairperson, it's a point of order. It's a point of order.
Listen, I'm responding to you. When a department is here, we'll give a minister or UDG, the DG will tell us who must give what in all invitees. That's I've said to the president of Netball, and I'm suspecting by this time we need to know. I will say the president, give us your delegation, who's going to do what. So now I'm worried, I even don't know this person whom you were asking. Now the platform is for the netball, which is led by the president. Any other questions that members are having, I'll give you time for questions. But now the platform is for Netball South Africa, and the presenters are known by themselves as a collective. That's what I'm responding on.
Forwarding it to forward. Just we put it on the screen.
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Mhlongo.
My hands is up. I see good how we burn it. But nonetheless, Chair, I wanted
yes,
to caution the team in netball. Time is against us.
Yes.
For us to engage. I want to caution them because I thought the president has covered everything, but nonetheless, I was just wanted to caution what you've said. I support your statement with them as summarize, not more than 5 minutes.
Yes. No, they almost take all our time, but because according to agenda, we can have a summary, but we want somebody who's going to speak direct to the second point, please. That's why I'm cautioning even our own member that any other questions that we want to raise, it's not for us to tell them who must present. I don't think it's correct to do that. President. Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you. Can we just summarize, Chairperson?
Yes, because the presentation were with us. We need somebody to summarize.
The CEO is going to summarize for you. CEO, just summarize for honorable members.
Thank you, Chair. We will put it on the screen.
Yes.
Our person, we'll try our best. A quick summary is that recruitment is currently underway. We have appointed a head of finance. We've opened a bank account in the name of World Cup 2023 NPC so that the finances are managed separately from Netball South Africa's business. A tournament director interviews will be next week. We have done tender processes and advertising other positions. We have achievements against World Netball milestones. The presentation was forwarded. We're quite on time. Presentation was made to World Netball members on the 2 years to go milestones. Presentation was to the World Netball for updating them where we are with the business of World Cup and the arrangements. We had a visit from the World Netball CEO, Ms. Claire Briegel, and we took her through the processes and the status of World Cup and the business, and she gave a positive report. She was also present when we interviewed the commercial partner, because that is part of their request in an agreement. Our deliverables for Netball World Cup 2023 is very well underway. And if we are behind with something, it's not critical and it won't jeopardize our position in hosting. The appointment or the tender received for the rights to broadcast was signed, and there was a tri-party agreement for all South Africans and also the rest of the world to watch the games. It was SuperSport, it was SABC and Telkom One. So that was quite an achievement. The activation milestones, we have time to do digital campaigns. We are now open to, with our commercial partner, to source funding, and we are working with from now on with the city of Cape Town, preparing the event to have a very unique event as South Africans. We've got the project plans, which is April 2022. We will forward you the presentation so that I don't use the time now. It's about the appointment of website company, the medical services, the camera layouts and all of that, which is technical. And then we will also put we have forwarded the plan or the status of World Cup to you. It's all in there. It's all dates and achievements as yet and things that need to do. We also spoke about the legacy program, the infrastructure, the capacity building. We're quite underway with that. DJ mentioned we haven't presented them with a plan for development of coaches, which was done in the meantime. I can assure you, Chair, we have sent a presentation because we wouldn't want to miss on that funding for the development of coaches. The reason why we haven't applied for the admin development is because we received funding from Lotta to do it. We didn't want to get more funding because we could train 52 persons in the districts on administration and gave them laptops to work. And this year we are doing it again. We received another sponsorship for that. Then the last slide says thank you and Corsi dankie.
That's brief, Chairperson, from the 2023 Netball World Cup. I think we're done.
Thank you so much, President. Honorable members, now is the time for engagement. I'm suspecting any other question that members want to raise and contribute and assisting them to close the gap. Now is the time that we must do that. Thank you. The first hand is Honorable Mhlongo, Honorable Madlingozi, Honorable Adams, Honorable Van Dijk, Honorable Denise, Honorable Mamabulo, Honorable Malomana. In that order, thank you, honorable members. The platform is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson. We welcome the presentation. Chairperson, just a slight gap. I think they have an IT guy and I was quiet. Their presentation was not clear, especially our president. And I think in future, I think they must work on that. I didn't want to have a presentation, but Ma'am Cecilia, your presentation was awkward, but you have an IT guide next to you, and in future we must have good things. But nonetheless, your congratulations to the Africa President in Bogoto. I was not aware that a president just said Africa, but congratulations. But nonetheless, I want to state it clearly. Everything that I'm going to ask, it's relevant, it's important for me to do my oversight work. I wanted to find out, for us to work professional, why didn't you come in our first meeting? Can I get an explanation? We've received a letter, but now that letter contradicts itself. We saw you on TV, President, and your team. Did you have a meeting with the CEO as per the letter saying that? And why that day you were not with the CEO? Our meeting was just virtual. And I think virtual meeting, I don't think there must be an apology, because you're supposed just to connect and present and let's get along. It's not you coming wherever you are in Polokwane, come here to to Western Cape. Chair, I'm really wanted to find out because there's contradicting statement, the email received, what we saw on the day on the TV, and questioner ethical and integrity of netball, especially in my face as an oversight member of your committee. And one of the things that I wanted to find out, Chairperson, I think, Ma'am Cecilia, I think take it with good heart. I think in future, you must share your presentation. In future, we must see the team playing this unity within the Netball South Africa. I think I've said it to SASCOC while you were there, because the president will talk alone. You're a member of the SASCOC, you didn't participate. Now I'm saying to you now, as a member of as the president of Netball, share the responsibility, share the presentation. Let's see this uniqueness, this love of netball in South Africa. It must start there at your boardroom. You know, Chair, I'm concerned that the president, let me go to my question. Those were my question is, we have a project manager and she's not here, and why she's not here. And Chairperson, we have a board of 2023 World Cup. Where is it? What are their duties? What are their responsibilities? And if you can correct me, is Ma'am Patient Sikwabane the chairperson of that board? If not, why she's not here? If yes, why she's not part of this delegation? And one of the things that I've noted, the board composes of government officials. I think we must have a diversity of the board, of the expertise, of what you spoke of, the mindset that people have, that you know of. I'm thinking of there's a lady that I know, she's a veteran in netball, and I'm thinking of her. Why don't you use her in this situation, Chairperson or President Guti? They must use, I want to get to the actual name. Umam Kumete, first name Hazel Kumete. I think we must use what we have. Hazel Kumete, we must use what we have. And why don't we get other members to participate in this World Cup for us to have expertise that you must use? You know, Chairperson, I'm concerned with the Netball annual report and the federation, the target set, and how many programs do you have as a federation that you have, and how many in your program, how many targets you have achieved? And one thing that I wanted to find out, how many targets achieved in each program and how many were not achieved. I think let's talk about a lack of diversity. And maybe I thought the president will co-opt me to say I must be part of the board members, not because the RAPI has a female now, you must get a male. I thought I'll be one of the male member, Netball South Africa. I think diversity is so important, and I acknowledge that in Bogota it's 100% indicated. But when you understand what is diversity that we speak of when you talk about transformation, I think we must get the reason why is it female dominated, the netball. Why is it female dominated? Because when you speak of diversity, I think that thing must be corrected. One of the things that I wanted to find out, the allocation with, is it still 3.5 million for Netball South Africa for 2020-2021? And what exactly is it utilized for specifically? Can we get the understanding on that? Chair, let me leave out a question for my colleague because I have more questions, but I'll hear the response and then I'll take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Madlingos.
Mandibulele, Sihlalo. I would love to welcome the presentation and welcome everyone, the Netball committee that is there, and everyone. I would love to pass my greetings. Chairperson, I would love to ask that as it is in said in this presentation that there was a lot of money that was cut from the directors. I want to find out what kind of allowance was given up by the directors that it was deemed to be cut, and at the same time, I would like to know if there is no risk of depletion of finances earmarked for netball in South Africa. Why are we entertaining men playing a women's sport like in netball? Is it not premature to be diluting this already small budget that is allocated for netball to have it to spread across this growing sport for women? And about this umpiring, why did the council fail to adopt a review policy when it came to the selection of umpires? And what was the council's avoidance of doing that? Chairperson, when they are talking about the umpires of color, coaches of color, do you mean black people? And why at the same time do we have the male coaches in this game that is totally and overwhelmingly women driven? Chairperson, there's this term that is making rounds these days about generic black, black African, and all this. Do we have generic white and white African? Well, why we have all these generic things and that? And I would love to really to understand that. Still, on this constitution of that needs to be amended in Netball South Africa. All right. Let me leave that. Because I've got so much to ask about that. But let me just jump to my last question that I have. Chairperson, there's been so many, in fact, not so many, but two very disturbing accidents that happened, on this game of netball players, kids that died, within and with their coach. Now, in all this presentation, it's all about accusations and faulty constitution, super white lily coaches and umpires, and how netball is doing strive this, but there is nothing about the passing of these souls. Now, I've seen some pictures of the bus that the kids were traveling in, and the bus had the torn seats, and it was not like they were not rigid on the bus itself, and the bus was just looking very bad. But my question is, how come is netball allowing young black professionals to be traveling in such shoddy transportation? And Chairperson, we are talking about people here. We're talking about it's like names of young girls, Vunyiswa, Pelo, Charles, and these are the people that lost their lives. Now the question is, what plans did Netball South Africa make, put in place to make sure that nothing like this has to happen again? And because this was not one of the, it was not only one incident, it's two, and we're talking about lives of people here, life. Now the question is, does netball respect the lives of these young kids that are supposedly to be the stars of tomorrow. And if and if they respect, you know, these kids, I would appeal that the department and the government and the netball make sure that the kids are being taken care of as if they are our own kids. It's very important, Chairperson, but you know, it looks like it just happens like, well, it happened. So, these are, well, it happens. So what do you do about that? We need to really look at it that way, that these are our kids and make sure that we take care of them. Chairperson, I will carry on with other questions as because there's no time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matlenkos. Honorable Adams.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will switch off my video due to network.
Yes.
Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity, and let me also welcome the presentations. Greetings to the Minister, the department led by Mr. Mkhize, and also to Netball South Africa, led by President Cecilia Molokane. First, that I noted, Chairperson, the composition of the board of the Netball 2023 World Cup. The board is mainly composed by senior department officials, members of Netball South Africa, and a representative from SASCOC. Why are there no representative from civil society, as well as independent members that are not from government entities? The second one, the personnel at Netball South Africa are 85% female, also citing lack of diversity and gender parities. How will this be corrected, Chairperson? Chairperson, I also wanted to know what is the relationship between Netball South Africa and the Department of Correctional Services? My next question, what is the status of every forum case with the Federation? And then, Chairperson, it was very good to hear that Northern Cape Netball team come on board and hosting the games in Uppington. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Adams. Honorable Veronica.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you also for the presentation. I also want to agree with my colleague, Honorable Mhlongo, that I found that it was very unprofessional and disrespectful that you cancelled on such a short notice the previous meeting. I first want you to respond on the question that I posted in the chat. And then I also want to say that when we look at this annual report, there's no programs, nothing on HR, nothing on court cases or safeguarding. So can we request as the committee that Netball can send us the outstanding information and in a specific time frame so that we can see what is your key targets, your 5-year strategic plan, and also that we have measures where we can, or key points where we can measure the outcomes. I'm sure that we just, that Netball cannot only report on events. So my second question is, I want to know why was the report of the Vice President, Christine du Preez, why has it not been included in the annual report? And I want to request if we can, as a committee, receive that by close of this business day, if not, yeah. And then question 3, I also, while I'm speaking on Christine mentioning her name, I want to know if you can maybe reflect and give us your, we've never heard, or it was never received information on why did Annie Klopper, the director of Netball Empires in South Africa, Annalene Lewis, director of coaches, as well as the Vice President Christine du Preez, why did they resign? We've never received information on that. and it's high profile people in Netball SA. So if you can maybe give us feedback on that. And as Honorable Adams asked, what is the status of the AfriForum case? The next question I have is that I didn't see that Netball indicate at the question session or elsewhere how they will address safeguarding of athletes. And I want to know how Netball South Africa address gender-based violence, most particularly that which is happening at children at the hands of netball coaches. And I also want to refer you to the case that happened on the 5th of October 2021. And I want to ask you, even though it was a school daughter underage that has been raped, there was a recommendation that the two coaches that were involved in that issue should be suspended. Can you give us an update on that? And what have you done to support the netball? What support have you offered to the victims? I'm just concerned that we have sponsors like Telkom and Spar, and I'm just concerned that how will they feel about these issues, and if there was any reflection from their side on this. Then almost my last question. I also just want to know that the coach that was involved in the rape, was that a accredited coach by Netball SA? And if not, how was he able to coach? Then almost my last question. SASCOC in the meeting of April 2021 made it clear that Netball South Africa must act against the CEO for sharing information selectively. And I want to know what steps have been taken, because I find it strange that there was a position that was supposed to be filled and the CEO is still there. Can you just give us input on that? And I also want to know, there was a complaint that invoices do not crosses the desk of the Finance Committee. Has that issue been addressed? Thank you. I'll wait for the second turn.
Thank you, Honorable Van Dijk. The next member is Honorable Dennis. To you, Honorable Dennis.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to all. Protocol observed, Ministry, Department, and Netball South African colleagues. I would like to ask Chairperson to the Minister, the Ministry. The Minister appointed a team last year to oversee, and I'm saying to oversee the success of the World Cup. So I would like to know what specific is the role of that team, and what progress has been made by this team to oversee, if that is the correct definition of the job description of that team elected by the Minister. My second question is, Netball, the World Cup will take place in the National Conference Centre in Cape Town. So I would like to know from Netball South Africa, what is your view on a stadium, having your own stadium, and where in the other provinces stadiums, or long term, because the legacy of netball must live on, and what is your view on future stadiums or sport netball facilities? And then I would like to know if the other countries, if they come before the World Cup, will they use other netball facilities in the country to play, to practice before they come to Cape Town? How are we going to include the other provinces, although the big tournament is in Cape Town? And then what do we envisage about spectators at that venue where the tournament will take place, and how will the other provinces be part of that? Administrators and spectators be part? How many spectators can the venue take? Chairperson, I think Netball South Africa will give us a good opportunity to fit in oversight sometime next year to support them. I want to congratulate them on the achievements, and I want to appreciate all the sponsors that they have raised. I want to support my member's question on the funding to the department. The 3.5 million, is that will there be additional funding as we get close to the World Cup? And of course, on the legacy program, I want to ask the details. I noted all the provincial plans for netball, but the Western Cape only says there will be 30 events or places. I just don't have the right name, but I wanted to know if we can be provided with the details of the Western Cape programs or municipalities where these, because I was privileged to be part of the minister when the money was handed over to municipalities in the Southern Cape. So, but I would like to know, it's important that we all know where these venues are that is in preparation. And with that, Chair, I want to ask, when the World Cup committee come and visit on the next visit, what will they measure? What will they monitor? In our readiness, what will it include? I know the concern of the transformation, the imbalance of representation is raised by other members, and would like to know what is the plan for Netball South Africa in all categories where it needs attention. I welcome the good news to hear the schools and clubs is growing, but we would like to know the totals, as the other members have asked. I appreciate the changing the allowance from directors to allow members to earn income. I think that is a very positive move. The last 2 points, Chairperson, I share the concern about not having your own house or your own home or offices, and therefore I want to support the questions by the previous members. Do you have full-time staff or do you have part-time staff? Do they have other jobs, and what is the sort of pay arrangement or agreement according to your affordability? And then the last question, Chairperson, the marketing that is part of the World Cup, how would that attract more international visitors or national visitors to come to Cape Town during the time of the World Cup? And then my very last question, do you subject yourself to anti-drug testing, and have you been approached, and what is your results in terms of anti-drug testing? Thank you very much for the opportunity, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Dennis. The next member on the list is Honorable Mamambulo. Thank you, Honorable.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson Dulani, and my greetings to the President of Netball SA, Memulogwani, and your members of the executive, and staff from the department and the minister. Let me firstly start by acknowledging the good work which is done by Netball SA. We really appreciate your work, President. You are doing very well. Netball had died, and when you came in and you resurrected everything. I mean, some of us now are able to watch netball on TV, in the schools, in our communities, and so on. This thing has not been happening for a very long time. But also, we are urging you to involve us, man. I want to now, I'm wearing a jersey. I don't have I don't have your netball t-shirt. I've been waiting for it. I don't know for how long. Zolaka has been saying I'm carrying it, blah, blah, for 2 months and so on, because we should be seen at the forefront as leaders of the society, wearing these t-shirts, encouraging communities to participate. You remember the 2010 World Cup used to trend. You also want to see this Netball World Cup trending on Fridays. President, when you're from Polokwane, you must make sure you bring that t-shirt to me. On the involvement of men in support and then on the involvement of men in netball, I think you are doing good, because it is good that netball previously used to be referred as a dominant sport for women. So I'm happy that you are bringing men in. And then on the issue of the August invitation, the African what, I will come there. And I think members of the committee must also form part of that. Let me come to the support from the department or from government. I can see that DG, you are giving them 3.5 million, which 200 is for administration and 3.3 is for the 4 nations. But you are giving SARU, the South African Rugby Union, 4.5 million. What informs this? I don't know. Is it maybe because of the size of the federation, or maybe because of the gender and so on? Please clarify that matter. Thank you very much, Chair. I'll come back for the second part. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mamabulo. Honorable Malomane.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Can I switch off my video?
Yes.
Thank you. Let me also join in welcoming the presentation from Netball and the overview.
Switch. It's going to inconvenience you. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, let me take this opportunity to welcome the report from Netball South Africa, the overview from the department, and the input that has been made by our minister. Chair, most of the questions I'm covered with, but I want to emphasize on the issue to ask the Federation on the issue of the coaches historically that were charged with sexual abuse, and how does the Federation safeguard other athletes from sexual abuse? I also want to emphasize on that. How are they managing it on the coaches that they've been charged with sexual abuse? How are they dealing with those kind of issues? And then the other matter that I want to speak about is the issue of the Netball World Cup 2023. On their presentation, I can see there's a presentation that they've sent us there. There are questions that the World Netball Board asked to the Netball World Cup 2023. These questions, I just want to find out in the last page, did they answer this question, or are there any plans if they never asked? Is there anything that they are to respond in the question? Because the questions were, what is the contingency plan for the Netball World Cup 2023 being played behind closed doors, like Tokyo 2020 Olympic? What is the plan for visas and entry fees into South Africa? Those kind of questions, because it was based on them. Is there any response that they've given the World Netball Board? The other thing that I've seen here is that there are challenges that they've mentioned that they've never achieved, and there are lessons that they've learned. I just want, on the lesson that they've learned, there's a description that is written that is a lack of human capacity has made it difficult for the two operational personnel to meet all the needs of the project. So the board resolved on the 14th December 2021 to re-advertise the tournament director role and advertise the head of department roles immediately, with an appointment date of the 1st of February 2022 and 1 March 2022. And we are in that time. I just want to find out that has been done or not. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Malomane. Honorable Nkosi Luthuli.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to everybody. My question is only one question, which I want.
Ungayiswitcha ivideo yakho baba ukwenzela ukuthi ingakuhluphi. Thank you. Siyabonga.
Ngiyabonga. Is to find out from the DG whether on the allocation of the sport of the netball courts, I would like to know what criteria were used so that we can be not left behind as the rural areas. Secondly, there's this one concern about one of the sports centers, which were not even finished till today.
if I'm not mistaken, is about 10 years along the coast. I don't want to mention the name of it. I will talk to the DG aside about it. What can the DG can do for us so that this center can be finished up and work? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosithola. Honorable Mhlongo, I will give you the second bite. I've noted your message to me. These questions are too long. Let's give you, honorable members, a second bite. I'm sorry about that. I've seen your hand and you have noted to me. If we look at time, it's 11:11, so we'll have a second bite, honorable members. Everybody must lower the hand in the charter. I'll start with you because you want your second bite. Thank you, honorable members. Let me take this opportunity to give back to the presenters. Let me start with the Netball South Africa, and then the department will follow. Thank you. Lower your hand, Honorable Chief Lutuli, please lower your hand. Honorable, the President of Netball South Africa, who are on your hands. You give your team, yourself, to respond. There are many questions that are being asked to you, President Cecilia.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and thank you, honorable members, for your questions asked to us. Let me start by apologizing again, not only to Councillor Honorable Mhlongo, but to all the portfolio members that we could not make the first portfolio committee that was called. On that Tuesday, it was also scheduled for Claire, who is the world CEO, to have an interview for commercial company for 2023 Netball World Cup. And she came in, she had days that she had to be here in the country, and the following day it was the one that Councillor Mhlongo saw on TV, that was the sponsorship announcement. So the sponsorship announcement was not done on that particular day. We had interviews. Claire and our CEO and other people had interviews for the commercial company for 2023 Netball World Cup. And that date was long done and put. And we realized that Claire said she didn't come, but she came, and then we had to make sure that that is done. So as we are not, this World Cup is not taken away from us. I've acknowledged what you said, Councillor Mhlongo, on the issue of sharing the presentation. It's something that—
correction, it's not Councillor, it's Honorable Member Mhlongo.
Sorry, Chairperson, Honorable Mhlongo. I want us to say, I'm going to call in members here in other questions to answer. Project manager. Project manager is part of 2023 Netball World Cup. Who are called today is Netball South Africa. We've got 2023 Netball World Cup in the board, and we've got Netball South Africa. The invitation that we got, that's why we called all our executive members to be here. The invitation that we called, it was called for Netball South Africa. If we were told that we should be part with World Netball, we would have done that, but we thought as Netball South Africa, we are the people that should answer on netball matters. Hence, we called all the netball people because we believe and know that we understand everything that is happening within us. Hence, maybe the project manager of 2023, it's not here, but we are the netball people who are here. Director, demarcations. Please answer on the achieved targets, because that is EPG.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Okay, with regards to our membership has increased over the past few years. We have, you know, if we look at if we compare since our when we started back then, it has grown at least now. Say we had like last year during the 2020-21 season, we had 16,100 members, and then sorry, that was 2019-2020, and then 2021 we had 16,477. That is only clubs. But if we include like the schools members, we had about, compared to 2020, we had 320,862. That is inclusive of clubs and schools. Then with regards to the 2021 season, we have our membership has increased like tremendously. We moved over to 383,806. That is our membership. Now I know and I'm aware of the BMI stats that indicates that we have over 2 million people playing netball. Now, I think where that comes in is basically in terms of our municipal leagues. Most of them are not registered with Netball South Africa. So we have those in the rural areas where they do play netball, and but most, like I said, most of them are not registered. So we only, the stats that we have, that we record, is only those who are registered with Netball South Africa. So we are still trying, in that sense, we are still trying to see what we can do to get those people on board. We do have talks with municipalities, and we do have municipal structures in terms of netball now that we are currently busy with. I was in Pixley about 3 weeks ago, and they also currently trying to get all those municipal structures involved in netball, which was never there. So we are also speaking to the sport confederations, who's also assisting in terms of getting those people on board. So we are hoping that soon we will have reach a target that the BMI stats indicates. With regards to our coaches, we yes, we know we've had a bit of a decline in our coaches with regards to Black African. Our generic Black has improved a lot. Also in terms of when it comes to in terms of the generic Black and Black African, that is what we receive from the department. The department, that's a we have to work according to generic Black, and we don't exclude white. So we do work on the previously disadvantaged individuals, and our stats in terms of coaches has now, for this year, it has really improved. 2020-21 season, it has improved, say, by, we have a total of 76%, whereas the previous year we had 61%. 46 and 61%. Umpires, there we have a major, still a major, challenge in terms of our Black African umpires. 2020-21 season, we have improved tremendously in terms of generic Black as well. But like I said, our Black African, and mainly on the female side, we still need to work on that a lot. Then when it comes to our board, in terms of the board, yes, we previously also had a challenge in terms of our board, whereas we could not reach our targets. But as you can see now, our board has improved tremendously as well. We have included everyone in terms of our board. Then our staff members, we do have full-time staff, and we do have part-time staff as well. We have a staff contingent now of 11 on our staff, and from that 11, with the appointments that we did now recently, we do have from the 11, we have 9 blacks. So, which is also a major improvement. That is for our full-time staff. Yes, and then also in terms of our barometer scorecard, which has also improved, I think we did really well in terms of our barometer. If you look since 2016, we have every year we have improved on our barometer scorecard. And for the 2021 season, you will see, you know, as soon as that is submitted soon, that you will see how we have improved as well. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I'm going to do this chairperson all the time, that when I see an issue that concerns the director, they will answer the questions. On the issue of why veterans like Hazel Gumede, when the board was formulated, it was formulated according to the bid document on how the rules and regulations of World Netball are and how it's supposed to be done. So we cannot go against World Netball when they say this is how it should be and this is how it should be. Otherwise, we were not going to get the bid. That board is formulated according to the bid document that actually won us the World Netball Cup that is coming to the country. The allocation of 3.5 million, CEO.
Yes, thank you very much. That was allocated, and we had the opportunity to present the development plan for coaches, which was presented to the department. So we are still hoping to receive. The reason for receiving that, the DG, it was very much clear in DG's report for what the funds were given to Netball South Africa. The grant is exactly used. If you look at Netball South Africa's audited financial statements, it is clear what we receive and what we spend it on, because we keep the department's funding account separate, as like with all our others, to report as it is according to our governance processes.
Thank you so much, CEO. On the issue of why men, when we've got a small budget, we are a non-discriminative sport, and men are coaches, men are umpires, men are players, and we want to welcome everybody, and we don't want to be judges of people if they want to play something. There are women playing rugby, there are women playing football, there are women playing cricket, so we feel like our men should also be included, even though the budget is too small for us. However, they must feel part of netball, and we are happy that we are non-discriminative. And one thing that makes netball not to be an Olympic sport is the reason of not having males participating and males being involved in netball. So in our quest as World Netball and as netball family as a whole, we need to make sure that men are included in whatever we are doing as netball, and we don't get men not being excluded. The umpires, I think the director touched a bit on the issues of umpires. And there's, as I explained before, there's a route of umpires. You don't just wake up and become an international umpire. You need to go through various routes, and you need to go through various tests for you to be where you are. You need to write exams, you need to do all those things. As I said, when we came in 2017, there was not even a black ID umpire that was there out there. We tried, we have 4 now, which we feel we did well in a very short space of time, because it took time. It takes 3 to 4 years for somebody to be an international umpire from being an African A umpire. So it takes time, but we think we did well in the 4 years to have already 4 umpires to show that we are moving towards the right direction, and we are actually making sure that the previously disadvantaged people get that opportunity, because we know that they deserve it. Why male coaches? We are also struggling as the federation, I'm not going to lie, that our women, I don't know if they are not committed or what do they want, but most of the female coaches that we have are white coaches that are committed, that want to do this, that want to do that. And our own black coaches, when they are committed, they are committed, but they are also working. So with the white counterpart, to find out what they do is only coaching, but with blacks, they are working somewhere else. They are teachers. They are working in the factory. They are working in municipality or whatever. And then sometimes it's not that they don't want to be committed, but we have done that workshop. We have done that investigation, the survey, to find out that why are they not so committed, but because of they've got double jobs. And some of them have got triple jobs, but they still love the sport. But we are working on that as we are trying to do the capacitating building and to also encourage players that are exiting. Like now we took Precious Mutembi, our former national player, to be the coach of the under-19 team that went to Region 5, and she came back with gold. So we're doing something. It's not like we're doing nothing. We're doing something to make sure that we're going towards the right path. Remember, I must make my portfolio committee, my honorable members remember, we also adopted this and we are not complaining. We are also saying we want to change the narrative, but Rome was never built in a day. The kind of why the incident is not in the report. This annual report was done in October 2021. That's the accident report. It's in the October council that will be represented to council tomorrow. We cannot present to you something that is not adopted by council. Tomorrow we are going to a council meeting. That accident report, I know it reflects in my report, is going to be there, so it can be officially adopted by council tomorrow as we do our council meeting. And I want to say, when districts, I need to explain this. When districts come to the championships, as I said, with Twiza, we are responsible for everything, from the transport, from the accommodation, from everything. When districts come to any other championship, they work with their provincial governments and their districts, municipalities, to come to the championships. We are not involved in the procurement of which bus service they could use and which hotel they sleep in. We are not involved in that. However, we ask them to tell us where they sleep and what kind of mode of transport they're using. And this was a lesson, a very good lesson to all of us, to say the department to start now taking for the roadworthiness of these transports that they procure to transport our players, because one life lost is one too many. I must put it that way, because that is something that nobody wants to experience. It's something that is horrible, especially as a parent. No parent wants to bury their own kids. We saying as parents, we want our kids to bury us, not the other way around. And we have talked with the government, we have talked with MECs, we have addressed this issue. They understand where we're standing, and we're saying to them, please, let's work together, because I don't think working in silos is going to help us. As we do this on this other side, the department do this on the other side, the district does this on the other side. The players also play a major role in doing this on the other side. We can both and together make it work and save lives in the future. However, we have learned from that lesson. It is taking us, we will see in our next championships, that is now in July, that are going to Mpumalanga for the Telkom Netball Champs. What will the results be? We're hoping for the best. That is going to be, cannot only be Netball South Africa, but the collective. 85% females. Director demarcations. Vice President, can you come in there on 85% females?
Good morning, colleagues. The answer is simple. Even when the president was presenting, netball is a dominant women's sport, and on that one, we are not apologizing. So we are including males in our programs, and we they are forming part of our structures at district level as well as provincial level. But we are making a point that national is controlled by a female, by females, because netball is dominant sports. In terms of participation, a lot of women are participating in netball. You know, when you count the numbers, I mean, Director Demarcation was presenting the EPG report, and then it clearly shows you that in terms of the numbers, women are more than men, but we are including men in all of our events. I'm not sure if, the members do watch our netball, and you'll see that males are all over. We've got umpires, we've got coaches, and we have administrators who are male, but netball is a female-dominant sport.
The relationship between us and Department of Correctional Services, they are our associate members. As much as SAPS is our associate member, as much as Royal Bafokeng is our associate member, Action Netball is our associate member, Schools Netball is our associate member, Dev Netball is our associate member, Defense Force is our associate member. So they are treated as one of our associate members. There's no special relationship. They are just our associate member. That is there. The status on AfriForum, CEO?
Yes, the status of AfriForum was that AfriForum went to our international body, World Netball, to complain about the situation in South Africa. And World Netball forwarded to their legal team, which include all our regulations in South Africa, taking in mind our past and the reasons why we have certain rules and regulations at our events, that it's more to encourage participation than punish people. So I have requested that report to be sent to us ASAP, but the overall feeling from World Netball is that Netball South Africa gives absolutely people the opportunity for everyone to play, and that there's no punishment as such, and that that we have our own demographics that we have to take in mind when we have our events. That report will be available soon. I've requested it from the CEO when she was in South Africa, so we will share that, Madam.
Thank you, CEO. The outstanding information, I don't understand what kind of outstanding information, Honorable Van Wyk, you're talking about. It's like you know more than we know in netball. And I'm afraid because you're saying things that we don't know. And I wonder where you get the information. I'm very saddened where I'm sitting because you're talking about Annie who resigned. I cannot talk about that until I go to council tomorrow and talk about it officially in council. And you're talking about it before we even talk about it. I'm afraid where you get the information. And you're talking about Christine and Annelien, Christine Dupree and Annelien Louise that resigned, which dates it's 100% not correct. They went to elections in 2021 and they were not voted for. They lost to Annelien Louise lost to director coaches here with about 50-something votes. Christine lost to the vice president here with about 60-something votes. So I don't understand when you say they resigned. What are you referring to, my honorable? And the other, that's why I'm worried that you've got information that is still need to be presented to my council, but you have it already. So I'm worried of where did you get the information before it's even presented to the council. Those coaches, we went back to see whether the coaches, the former director coaches, Annelien Louise, went to see whether the coaches are, whether the coach is accredited or not. We find out that one of the coaches was accredited and is the coach that is running away because a case was opened to that coach to be arrested, but they are still, the law is still looking for that coach because they cannot arrest him because he's in hiding, the one that raped that school child at those championships. And the other one is not an accredited coach, it's not in our system, we don't know him. So we don't know how the schools got him to coach when he's not accredited. We're still in collaboration with schools, trying to get those kind of systems together. That's why we are working with schools now, that we don't differ on things. Why we make the schools collaboration with Netball South Africa is for that main reason that we don't get coaches that are not accredited, that don't sign coaches code of conduct to go and coach kids that they are not supposed to coach and to coach without accreditation. Those are the things that as a national federation, we are looking at and we want to do that. You're talking about, my honorable is talking here about SASCO against the CEO. I need to have that report. I'm the president of this federation, I don't have that report. And you're talking of something that I don't have. If I can have that report, maybe I'll see what SASPOC meant, and maybe I can react on the report that I see. It's not on my desk. And as a head of federation, I'm wondering, what is there that you know that I don't know? And where do you get the information, my honorable? The invoices issued, can I have that in black? You know, can you give me the proof of those things so as I can deal with them? If you have them and I don't have them, I'd really appreciate that, because at the end of the day, my honorable here seems to have more information than I have as the leader of the federation. The other one that we need to answer, spectators and fans, will they be allowed the mitigations and the risk and mitigation factors of 2023 CEO?
Yes, we have taken COVID in mind with all our planning. The hotel in Cape Town, the preferred hotel would be the Sun and Sun waterfront. It's the same hotel that the Sevens Rugby use for their World Cup, and it can accommodate all 16 countries, and they will adhere to all protocols, which will also go over to the CTICC. The CTICC was the only facilities that could accommodate a World Cup facility. They used the same type of facility at the previous Commonwealth Games. So seating will be ready. The question was also asked, what about other training facilities? The countries normally comes in 5 days before starting of the event, and normally they go to the city where it's presented and then or hosted, and all the training facilities will be in the same area, walking distance from the hotel. Also taking in mind if the COVID regulation changes at the time.
Thank you so much, CEO. And the capacity of the city ICC is 6,000. I think she missed that part of saying the capacity is 6,000. And we are going to have fan parks all over the country. Each and every province is going to have a fan park. And that is, we're working together with the provincial government and the Department of Sports and Culture in the country to have those fan parks. The look and feel of the fan parks will be the same look and feel everywhere in the country. So the person will feel like they're in the city ICC, whilst actually they're at the comfort of their province and their home. Legacy program. Director coaches, appointed manager of legacy program. The legacy program?
Locally?
Locally, of course.
Locally, each province are responsible to work with local municipalities as well as their officers of the department to run the program. Everybody gave a report on where they stand at this moment, and we will report on that back tomorrow at council as well to be able to say in the Western Cape especially, I know they did have PCDs that they encouraged to be trained, and these people will be able to go out, especially to our farm worker communities that is not yet part of our system and not registered members, and that is our focus group. The facilities was done individually by the DCAS officers, and I do not have all the names in front of me, but that can be sent through to you if needed. But we are well on track, and we will start new ventures to be more visible and with advertising campaigns, and we will definitely include all of you in that so that you are aware of what we are doing, and we will invite you because we want to grow netball and we want to make it as fashionable as possible, and we want to include everybody. So you are most welcome to come and visit us.
The 30 courts that Cape Town has vouched for the legacy program are busy underway in Cape Town, and they've handed over some to other districts. And the other courts that the DG presented here are the courts that we said identify a school within your district that a club and the district can use. That is the criteria. of these courts. We want the courts that can benefit us as Netball South Africa and benefit the community and the school. Because the courts that are at, the district will adopt the school for the school to be using it, so and they be training by the district and by the clubs that will be playing on those courts. That's why the courts were identified in those schools. They were identified by districts themselves of Netball South Africa to say, we want this court here because it's a central area, it's a central place. We want to do it this way because at the end of the day, it's going to benefit us as netball people for the legacy of 2023 Netball World Cup. I think I've answered the one of the minister, appointed the board. He did that through the BIT book that is there that won us the World Cup. I think the transformation part has been answered. The full-time staff and whatever has been answered. The anti-drug testing, let me take you, CEO. Do we have any people that have tested positive in anti-drug and whatever in netball?
No, not recently. Over the last 4 or 5 years, no. We haven't had. No, sorry. No.
So she has answered that not recently, we don't have that. Emphasis on coaching charge force. Yeah, this one it's something that we are really emphasizing on. We're looking at our safeguarding policy of Netball South Africa that we have, and we're working on it, and we're working with coaches. And I think director coaches can come in here to say the workshop that she did in Uppington for all the coaches that were there, focusing on the Child Protection Act that is there, and focusing on safeguarding policy that we have. Director, I cannot speak for you. I'm not a coach of directors, please.
We are aware in sport in general of things happening, and therefore we were proactive. And at the Mouse Championships, we had workshops with the coaches to explain and to talk about this, because it is important and it is part of our policy that they signed, and we worked through the policy and the code of conduct, and we had all of them sign the agreement. So going forward, we have that on file, so to keep them responsible for their actions. So it was a very good interactive meeting, and they all agreed, and they do understand why we do that. It is not, it is really there for me to be able to protect my coaches at the end of the day. A policy and a code of conduct is there to protect them, and that's the only way we can have good governance of our coaches.
Thank you, Director. Vice President, you wanted to say?
Also the part of the venue for 2023, where can it be viewed and all that. We will be having the 4 nations in January, where, Australia, New Zealand, England will be playing against South Africa. So we will be playing at that venue. We will be giving that make and feel so that they can know how and view the venue. So there will be spectators during that time when we have that event. And the CEO also, on the question of marketing 2023, mentioned that, there are appointments that have been underway, and then they were posted that were advertised. So one of those appointments is to appoint a marketing company to market the 2023. And then also to say that the countries, can they go and when they come to South Africa, to other provinces, it will depend on the legacy program of the provinces, whether does it include invitation of other countries. Yes, they are allowed to go to other provinces.
Thank you, Director. On the issue of why the report of the Vice President doesn't reflect on our annual report, because it's constitutional. The Vice President doesn't report in council. So I don't understand why the Vice President wrote, the former Vice President wrote the report, because my President, now we are going to council tomorrow. It has never been there. Vice President has never reported before. And I wonder where did my Honorable also get that kind of information that the Vice President the report should be there, because the Vice President acts on the absence of the President. And whatever I write, it affects the president. So I don't know what report is there that should be special, that should go to council when council should resolve on it, that it should be there. The other issue that I'm missing, I can't see from the screen if there are other questions or whatever, but that's not for me. I think if we did not answer anything, Chairperson, let us answer them that way as you go.
Honorable members, this is not the way that I'm going to give you hands. Department, please close the gap. Please lower your hands. I'm not yet calling the hands. We were in responses of the questions that honorable members asked, and now I'm giving to the department. I'll give you the follow-ups that you must raise. I'm giving now the chance to the department. Thank you, honorable members.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Can I ask DDG Khan, just those I think 4 questions, and then I will come in.
Thank you very much, DG. DG, let me just quickly respond to the issue of generic Black and Black African. I think, DG, if we look at the EPG report is the transformation report. And for us, importantly, the whole issue of transformation is to ensure that it represents the demographics of the country. So when the codes of sport are reporting, and they look at what is generally accepted in terms of human resources, etc., that when they talk about Black, they try and couple Black as being Black, African, Indian, coloreds. But for the purpose of the EPG report, we ask the codes of sport to tell us what is it in terms of the general acceptance that Blacks include all the other groups, and then they must identify, and that's why we call it generic Black. But we want them to also indicate how are they then addressing the issue of Black Africans, because Black African is a majority in the country. And we want to see that the code is actually representative of the majority of the population of the country. And that then indicates how we have Black African and then generic Black. On the issue of the 3.5 million, the funding that we have indicated in our report, DG, I think we have reported also in our report, we indicated that Netball South Africa had not included the issue of capacity building, and they were going to come back to us with a report on the capacity building initiatives. I think we received that information from Netball South Africa last week or so, and we're now processing a further allocation to Netball South Africa, and that should be in the amount of 3 million rands for that purpose of capacity building. And then DG is, the question was with regard to the board. What is the responsibility of the board? As Netball South Africa has indicated that they are here, and the board would, must be invited again to report as well. But in terms of the fact that the minister announced the board, and what does the board do? I think very quickly at a high level, DG, the whole responsibility of the board was to ensure that the event objectives are achieved. They've had to put policies in place. They have to approve any of the contracts that are awarded. They've got to approve that. They've got to ensure that the LOC is set up and that the event operates within the agreed budget. Also, they've got to also look at, proposed funding agreements and contracts for services of the tournament. And generally, they have to ensure that, all the governance issues related to any major event in terms of assurances, risk management, monitoring the progress of the LOC, and, and also, all the HR issues related to the event are attended to. If you look at what the board has achieved thus far, they have finalized the policies, they finalized various policies. They've also had an induction workshop for the board. They've also looked at, looking at an interim tournament director has been appointed whilst the tournament director is being appointed. And they do have a project manager that has been appointed now for almost a year. And obviously, Chairperson, so they are busy with all of the things that they have indicated and adopted in their terms of reference. With regard to the courts, I note that the president of Netball has already indicated, what the criteria was for the legacy courts. And just to note, yeah, that is work in progress, and we're still going to work with Netball South Africa for other courts, in this new financial year as well, to see, because this is the legacy of Netball South Africa and Netball World Cup, to ensure that netball grows in those areas. And because of the fact that there are facilities, and many of the rural areas have shared facilities, these dedicated courts, whilst they placed in a school, it's not only for the use of the school, the communities are involved, and there are service level agreements that are signed with the schools that they will allow access to those courts by the community and also to the other schools. And when we hand over the courts to those, when the court is being handed over to the schools, all other schools are invited, and they're also provided with equipment and attire, so that it's not only that they got a court, but they also have the other necessary instruments and implements to ensure that they participate in netball. DG, I think those are some of the areas that I needed to cover. Over to you, DG. Thanks.
No, thanks very much, Smile, DDG. And maybe let me then, just in closing, some gaps, Chairperson. Firstly, I think the question that is raised by Honorable Mhlongo about netball having less males and therefore reflection of non-transformative agenda is unfortunate and quite preposterous. I'm saying that because the issue of affirmation of women and redressing all the ills of exclusion against women cannot then be reversed in order to benefit males, and then to argue against the issue of them not being representative. So it is important.
Honorable Mhlongo.
Yeah, Chairperson, I think Udichi, the question was point of order.
Point. No,
I'm saying point of order. The question was directly to the president.
Listen, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Mhlongo, when somebody is contributing and responding on your question, you don't just interject, because you still have a hand here, which we are going to do a follow-up. Don't react on the answers. Wait, I'm going to give this point of order. You are out of order, because this is a point of discussion. This is a point of discussion, Honorable Mhlongo. You are out of order, Honorable Mhlongo. Continue, DG.
Thank you, Chairperson. And moving to the issue raised by Honorable Matlingozo around the issue of the budget being less, but including the male children and males to play netball. I think, again, this committee is a champion of social cohesion and nation building. It cannot then be correct for this department and its federations and entities to come here and reverse the very agenda that this committee wants to achieve of allowing intergenerational and interracial as well as gender mix in its programs. It is important that to achieve this nation building, we do not necessarily say women play alone, girl child play alone, Boys, you are socialized never to touch a doll. Boys, you are a boy. It's negative socialization, and we're dealing with GBVF in this country, which is contributing to exactly these attitudes of social stereotyping, that this is for boys, this is for girls. And that is why we thought it necessary to support Netball SA when they've got programs. They might not be at the same scale as that of women and girl children, but at least there is something that sends a message about attitudinal change that is expected of the roles of boy child as well as of a girl child. So that is why that question, we need to take the answer in that context of building a nation of equals. Now, the next question that I think is important to address is a question raised about government taking children as their own. And this makes me go back, Chairperson, to someone who once raised a question to me. Do politicians have a soul? To use the blight and the pain of the children, of the parents who are going through even today, where some of the members were not even there when the very same president, the very same department was going to these families to deal with the pain and support them to go through, and make it here a platform to attack Netball SA, attack government, is unfortunate, Chairperson, because our work is to try and make sure that we bandage the pain of these families. It's not even a few months that they are going through this. So my understanding is that our contribution and support, no matter how minimal it is to help the families deal with their pain and go beyond this era, because it is not Netball SA who chose the mode of transport, who built the roads that become hazards when we travel on them. Therefore, it is unfortunate that this burden then becomes Netball SA, as if they are the ones responsible for the accident. I'm sure the cause of accident is being addressed, is being investigated, and if the report is out, I'm sure that will be shared with the committee. But Chairperson, I think for me, we do take every child and every South African as our own brother or as our own child. So I just want to answer that question in that context, Chairperson. Chairperson, there was a question raised about additional funding for netball for the World Cup, which I just want to indicate, Chairperson, that when Honorable Dennis asked this question, where our response is definitely, yes, that is what we're doing. We had a committed 30 million rand per annum, and this year will be the last tranche that we'll be providing, which totals to about 90 million rand in total for the Netball World Cup, over and above other things we might have to do. But already the past 60 million rand has been paid. Now we are going to be dealing with the additional 30 million rand to support the Netball World Cup as a department and as government. Now, the issue of Honorable Mabulu on why is the support of the department to netball less than that of rugby, I think Honorable Mabulu, that has been answered by DDG Khan, that there will be additional budget based on the submission around the two areas that the netball has had to address. And that plan has been submitted after we had submitted this report to you. And then the department is processing that so that additional funding will be provided to address those areas. Now, Honorable Chairperson, I think from Honorable Nkosi Luthuli, indeed, we will engage and make sure that that sport court or multipurpose center gets finished if it is not yet finished, because 10 years later, it can't be correct that the community there promised and their hopes are not materialized because of an unfinished structure. So I will engage with Honorable Nkosi Luthuli to check where is this place and intervene accordingly. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, DG. Minister, I'll give you for the closing remarks. Now I'm taking honorable members follow up. The first hand is Honorable Mhlongo. And I note another hand, Honorable Veronica. I don't see any other hand in that order, honorable members. Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the DG sound like a politician and he's an administrator. And I think we must separate administration issues and political issues. The DG must implement our laws that we've approved, our act that we've approved. He must not politicize things. The question was directly to Honorable President of Netball South Africa, and it was on a lighter note on diversity that I want to become a member of the board. It was on a lighter note. Now, DG, I think you must be an administrator, not a politician. One of the things that I wanted to respond to the follow-up question, Chair, which they did not answer. And I think, Chair, I think now where you're supposed to protect us, I think the president was hullabaloo thinking Honorable Van Dijk is missing the point. I think the attitude that she gave, that how can she have a report? Where did she get it? It's an attitude. The council meeting, it's a public council meeting. And when we come to this meeting, we do our own research. We have people in different sporting code and we got documentation. Now, I have the documentation here, Vice Chairperson, too, I have. Now, President, you are aware what the document says. Yes, your constitution says you're supposed not to allow the deputy president to present, but it was tabled in your meeting and obviously you know what does it entails. And I think that is why she did not come back as the member. Chairperson, I wanted to find out, we tend to be put from one pillar to another. The president was stating that they're not responsible to respond to Netball 2023 World Cup, but they've responded. Sometimes she's comfortable to respond on other issues. Sometimes she's not comfortable to respond on other issues. I'll propose we have an agent meeting with the board here, World Cup 2023, and with including the executive here, Netball South Africa, because you see, Uti, tomorrow it's now a council. How convenient for the council. He's sharing things. Sometimes she feels she's supposed not to share it. They didn't go to council. Issues of Honorable Madlingos, which is DG is politicizing it. It's right for us to do an oversight work when we've noted. We didn't given an opportunity to go Eastern Cape. It's right for us to ask pertaining questions if there's anyone who was harmed in the process. The question was relevant to find out what are you doing? What is the status of young ladies who died in a bus accident? It's relevant. We must get, I think one of the things this committee must do, officials must respond, not ask us questions. And one of the things that I think it's clear, Honorable President said, no, we'll come back to you. It's going to the council. I've noted that. It's clear the council is sitting tomorrow. I'll propose we have a meeting, agent meeting, council, and the new board members at the World Cup. But I wanted to say to the president, you did not answer our questions, honestly enough, because sometimes you answer them, you say, no, cancel tomorrow. There's a contradiction. And I want to note with your apology, maybe you did not understand me. You said in the letter you are going to meet the CEO, but on the day, and this was a standing meeting which you got a notice in advance. And your apology to me, it says you rather not prioritize our committee meeting and you meet the president here World Cup. But we did not only see you there, World Cup meeting with the CEO. We saw you on the day, not the next day. I'm not talking about the next day. On the same day, you went to Eastern Cape. It was the same day that we had the meeting. You went to Eastern Cape. It was televised. Your members were there, and it's on record. Now I'm saying, Guti, your apology is slightly acceptable, but there's no true nature with what took place on the day because you apologized. But I note your apology. But please, in future, prioritize our committee. Unless they gave you 11 hours, we have a year plan, we have a schedule. This week we've met 3 times. It was not our doing because we accommodate you, because there was a date which you failed to come in our meeting. One thing that I don't understand, this is the second meeting, President. There's no financial accountability. There's no finance in your presentation. What is it? The first time you said you miss it. Today, what is it? We don't have finances in your presentation. And one of the things that I ask myself, where does finance, there must be accountability. You must respond to us. In your answer, Ms. Cecilia, you stated clear that we keep our CEO Haibo. We keep our CEO. What does your HR issues say? For an example, what is the contract with your CEO? Since last year, 2021, you've advertised this. Did you communicate with the people who've applied? You've shortlisted them. Did you communicate with the people that you've shortlisted? Your HR policies are questionable because you are now saying, no, we are going to, because of 2023, we are going to keep our CEO. Is it procedurally done? And one thing that I wanted to find out, Ms. Cecilia, I think one of the things that perception that they have, people about the government, it's what the perception I'll have with the Netball South Africa. You apply in government, there's a perception that the people, they know what they're going to put umhlongo lapho. It's just a process to put an advertisement, because your advertisement went out, and to date, we don't hear anything. You keep him because of 2023. What is it? Was it contractual, or because the contract actually has expired? Now, one of the things that I wanted to put it clear, Uguti, we must run Netball South Africa professional. There are no flip-flops that we're going to allow in our site, especially when I do my oversight work, because at the end of the day, your failure is our failure. One of the things that I wanted to ask, the legacy project, it's welcome. It's not a Western Cape project, it's a South African project, and I think we welcomed it in that. But one of the things that I note, you didn't answer, the project manager, he's appointed, her name, we're not sure, and what are their duties? And Mam Cecilia, I've asked the question, you did not respond. What are the duties of the board, 2023 board? Because Natida separate, are they interjection? What are they doing? What are their responsibilities? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. I'll come later on your question raising direct to me, that I must protect to honorable members. At my closing remarks, I'll respond on that. Honorable Veronica.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I also want to concur with Honorable Mhlongo that I think that we should invite the board of Netball World Cup 2023 to come and inform this committee on their preparations and give us a progress report. From my side, I also think that it was unacceptable how the president of Netball South Africa spoke with me. You are addressing the committee, not the individual member, and I am not reporting to you. You are reporting to this committee. So the other point that I also want to put down is that the fact is that the president, the vice president, you are reporting on 2021, 2020 and 21. At that stage, the vice president was still involved in your program. So what she says, her input is important. And I have it on good authority that she wasn't allowed to present at that board council. And it's important that we as the committee and South Africa knows what is happening at Netball South Africa. And this platform gives you the opportunity to come clear and tell us this is what actually happened. And that is why we ask the questions, not to put anyone on the spot, but to get clarity on things that we hear. It's not that Netball South Africa is a closed entity. You are presenting South Africa. So that is why I specifically asked those questions. But I just wanted to bring that to your attention, that the way that you spoke, that was unacceptable. And then the one question that I didn't, maybe I missed the response, is I want to know what Netball offered, what support you offered to the victims. I know you're working with education and whoever, but what support was offered to the victims? I need to know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Van Dijk. Honorable Adams. Honorable Adams.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I just wanted to know. Net is very popular in Cape Town. How is Netball South Africa involving this community in the preparations for the World Cup? Did you hear my question, Chair?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. President of Netball and DG. These are the last set of questions, except that I would love that as members, when we are asking questions, we need to expect responses. When we ask relevant questions, as I'm thinking that each and every question is relevant, I would love that when responses are coming up, we must take those responses as the answers on the questions that we raise. Honorable members, sometimes and one other time, we experience what today also as a chairperson I'm experiencing. When one entity, I'm not going to name that entity, came to this committee, the way that we handle them and ask questions with them, those leaders of that entity, they felt undermined by us, the way that we express our good selves to themselves. And then they reiterated in a meeting, live, national. But when now they were retaliated, I also accused as chairperson that I must defend members. On that day, I'm repeating today, saying that the way we ask questions and the way we talk to other leaders as leaders of parliament being voted to be in parliament, we must not invite answers that will feel that these, or we must not be selective when they are responding to our very questions. But I don't feel happy when just let you honorable members raise whatever you want to raise in a way that we are raising. But if now I'm feel offended when members are saying I'm not protecting them, I don't know what must I protect members, because this is a discussion of leaders. Members are doing oversight, and those whom you do oversight to themselves, they've got a responsibility to respond to us. The work of committee and the chairperson is much similar to the Speaker of Parliament or whoever is presiding. When people responding to questions, you don't feel that they were supposed to respond like that. Please don't accuse the chairperson. Here, I'm trying all my best that I must accommodate everyone. Some of us in this committee, our language is not the language that other people can accept but I'm always just keep quiet because I want the running smooth of the committee. So I'm saying I don't want to protect any invitees, any committee members. I want that everybody must contribute as South Africans. And I must not be a scapegoat, and I'm still going to chair the meeting, but I'm not going to take sides. When somebody feels that I'm being offended by the question or by the response, that's why I'm always saying this is a platform that we must build the country, that we must build the sport fraternity with diligence, with respect to each other. So that's my contribution also. If when any other member want to respond, you respond after these people who presented to us responded. One, the president, secondly, the DG, and because I'm seeing the hands, I don't know whether these hands are old hands, but today that's my contribution. I've been keeping quiet, but what I can tell you, honorable members, is that my contribution to you, Netball South Africa, I once played the netball during apartheid era. I'm aware of the formation of Isana. Then it was, I can say it was an apartheid structure. When the schools do also have the problems, and then NUSA then, and all the sport bodies that some were involved. I would love also to share this, that I'm pleased that I once see one of the leader, a woman who has been involved in the netball, which is Unomalindi, that she is still in this fraternity, and I'm suspecting that you did follow procedures in order that you are in a government side today. I will call that this normality, who was a coach to us, must try to check where is Thandi Mhlana, where is Nombeko Vapi. But I cannot just say that you must put them in whatever. I'm suspecting there are applications, there are procedural, that these people who are stalwarts of netball, we must not just take them to be in your structures, but those who have information, you must consult and conduct them. Also, the question of gender, as former GK number 7 defender of the netball of then apartheid government, I was aware that it was netball for women. I was having a coach, may his soul rest in peace, Puma. My aunt was a former minister in apartheid government and a minister in this government, may her soul rest in peace, used to say to me, why this netball is being coached by men? You know, you are playing netball and then you are being coached by terrorists. So I'm encouraging that we must have coaches like those whom I'm just mentioned, which are women. but there are skills even in male folk for in netball. I'm a product of that. And we do encourage that we must prioritize our women. And we are supporting what you are doing to take along the question of gender, that men who have got skills, who have got capacity, that they can come in the body of netball. I'm suspecting these are my contributions. Now, can I give it?
On a point of personal explanation, Chairperson.
What is that personal explanation?
It's a privilege. Rule book, it's a privilege.
No,
it's a privilege. Chair, let's deal with the issue, Chair. I'm not saying, you know, that's why I need personal explanation. You know, Mam Cecilia, when you responded to Mam Van Dijk, where did you get that information from? I'm just saying, I have a right as a member to get information from anywhere. Now, to me, you're supposed to protect, that's me, maybe it's my view, it's not a fact. If someone has a counter to us and someone says, where did you get that information? It's totally wrong, Chairperson. Because I'm asking you a question as an example. You're supposed not to ask me, where did I get that information? I'm saying to you, you're supposed to protect. That's why I need a personal explanation. That is the only thing that, to me, I saw it. You're supposed to call Mam Cecilia to order to say, no, you're supposed not to ask the member, where did she get that information? Thank you very much.
I do have an answer on that, but let's not delay the meeting, because sometimes I'm always telling you members that you are part of the meeting. You have been calling a point of orders and I've been accepting. No one did say point of order, Chairperson. This question must not be raised. So that's why I'm saying sometimes when you members, you feel to accuse your Chairperson, you will do like this, because I'm taking point of orders. I do, again, saying that I do hear you, and there, some of these things we need to treat procedural. If we are feeling that the point which is raised by somebody, as I'm aware that sometimes even myself and your good selves, honorable members, will be saying, we don't have that information. Share the information with us. Maybe if the language is saying, where do you get? But it's your interpretation, as we are saying. I don't know why Honorable Veronica, the hand is up, because I wanted to give now to the president of Netball and the DG, in order that we must give it to a minister to round up. And the problem is that when members are responding and on the answers by members whom you ask to give you information, we can sleep in this committee today. Honorable the president of Netball, Honorable the DG, and the minister.
Thank you so much. So much, Chairperson, for that input that you gave. And let me, if I offended any honorable member, let me withdraw what I said that did not like, because apologizing doesn't kill anyone. Actually, it makes you a better person at the end of the day. We leaders will make mistakes and we learn from those mistakes. This is a learning curve for us. We would learn. However, that's one thing that I want to say, that sometimes when you don't answer some questions, you do it deliberately to protect your own members, not to throw the dirty linen of your own organization out there in the open. This is the report that I presented to this parliament today. This is the hard copy that every member had at the council. It has everything in it. Before any report is presented to council, 14 days prior, 21 days, it must come to the desk of the president. I must ratify the report, and 14 days before council, it must be sent to all members. So the reports that will be discussed yesterday have already in 14 days sent already to all the members. The report of the former vice president was given to me in a meeting on a Friday like this when the council is tomorrow. And she should have applied like everybody else to say, I want to do a report, I want to do a close-up report. I wouldn't deny anyone of doing a close-up report. And that report, she circulated it herself to members at the council. That part was not told. And that part I didn't want to talk about because it's not part of council. And that's why the report was not even allowed. The council members refused to deal with the report because it was not done procedurally. Let me close the issue of the report of the vice president. I think that's what you should know that was happened. The position of the CEO. Again, the people that applied for the position of the CEO phoned me to tell me that they are shortlisted. And I asked them, where did you get the information? They said the former vice president, who had the privilege, me and her only, had the privilege of having the information of who is long-listed.
Just a moment, President. Honorable Veronica, what we are writing in our screen, we are all seeing it, and I don't want us to do that. Give the president to give us the report. This reaction about this vice president, it makes us not to know what is it in this committee with this vice president. So I'm seeing you writing in the charter, and maybe they will tempted to answer on that. Let's try not to do this. Please, I'm begging you, honorable members. Go on, President.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I was saying the issue of the CEO was the question of the information leaked. We went to our lawyers and we asked for advice because we cannot just do things the way we want to do them. We have to ask for advice. And we were told that it's whether we go forward with the CEO and we put it on a month-to-month contract. And as the CEO, according to the Constitution, is appointed by the executive, we decided as this collective that we are going to keep it for sustainability and continuity's sake for 2023 to make sure that the tournament is run smoothly and everything, because you cannot replace institutional memory. We decided that as the collective, according to the Constitution, that's how we decided it. And
point of order.
Yes,
point of order, Chair. Chair, I think that is the issue with the sporting code. When you say you cannot replace the institutional knowledge, you can. I think it's an order that I want you to sustain it. But let's not have an attitude.
Honorable Mhlongo, this is not a point of order. It's a point of private to discuss and to respond to somebody who's on the floor. This is not correct, honorable member. I don't think that we can even do this to our own organizations individual. When you pose questions, when somebody is responding, you just interject, and this point of order, you are just out of order. You are responding on an issue that this person is responding. Honorable members, we are all leaders from our communities to our organization. We don't handle meetings like the way that we are doing today. I'm not taking that point of order. Proceed, President.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you so much. We We would love to run netball professional. As we were advised to say, we must start running netball professional. However, netball is not a professional sport. Hence, on our presentation, we put it out there to say that we'd love to train professional. We want to be like football. We want to be like rugby. We want to be like cricket. We really want to go there and be professional. However, netball is run by mostly volunteers and people who are taking their time off and most of the things off, and to make sure that this Netball World Cup, is run. So Chairperson, to me, it's we would love to collaborate with anyone who wants us to run netball professional and help us in actually turning the sport professional. So most of the things can be done professionally, because we are trying our best as this collective that is sitting here, and all our council members and all our members, thank you to them. We are really trying our best to be number 2 in the country after football, and we are not professional. We should be actually priding ourselves in everything that we are doing, because we are not the budget that football has. We don't even have quarter of that budget running Netball South Africa. Not even, I don't know, 3/4% of that, we don't have it running netball. So we would really love it if you could help us as our leaders in turning our netball into being professional. I think the issue of the DDG explained the duties of the board. What is the board meant for? That they were there to make sure that the LOC is there, to make sure that the policies and procedures are put in place, that the tournament director is appointed, and that we actually deliver the World Cup that should be delivered. The first of its own kind in the country, in the continent, in the world. We want to do that. And I think she summarized it very well, saying what are the duties of the World Cup Netball Board. The issue of the support given to the victims. I never wanted to talk about it, because sometimes our sponsors, when they help us in such instances, I need to be clear and honest on that one. They do not like us to take out the amounts that they did, but huge amounts, Chairperson, went to each and every family from our sponsor and from Netball South Africa side. And I know that also from government monies went out, and we are working closely with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, with MEC Fezegang Komonye in the Eastern Cape. The families and the players are receiving counseling, because they wrote to me and told me that, President, we really struggling, we can't cope, we want this help. And I contacted Eastern Cape Sports, Arts and Culture, and MEC Fezegang Komonye and her department. They are on board. We are doing that to not only to the surviving victims, but also to the families that have lost their players, and to the family of Kaku, the coach that they have lost. We are making sure that we make sure that we went to them. And as I said before, there's a lot of support that went into that. However, let me keep my word to our sponsors to say, let's not disclose the amount, because they don't want the amount to be disclosed on how much did they help each and every family, because they say they didn't do it to go out there in the public to be seen what they've done, but it meant more for them to help the families in doing that. So we are with them, and we are keeping in contact with the players. Most of them are on social media. They messenger me all the time, because I just say to them, if they cannot sleep, whatever, they can talk to me. Some are asking me personal questions or whatever. They've got people that they talk to. We make sure that they can cough out what they feel and how they feel at the time. So we are with them, and we will always be with them. We will never leave them. We understand, even though we were not in that kind of an accident, but some of us has been in car accidents. We understand the trauma that goes with car accidents. So we are definitely doing that. The legacy program. We tried by all means to include all the 9 provinces, and we are doing that, and we're still going to do that. Not only 9 provinces, we are also going into Africa. We have identified Botswana as our neighbor country, and we have identified also Ghana as the host of the 2023 All Africa Games. Netball was never part of the All Africa Games for the past 10 years. And as the African Netball president, I had to go to the LOC of Ghana. I did that virtually. We had to present as African Netball, and the reports that I got last week, it was overwhelming that Ghana has included netball as one of their sporting codes that will be playing in the 2023 All Africa Games, which we were absent at Netball Africa for the past 10 years. And we are also going to the USA. Funny that South Africa will be helping USA in issues of governance, in issues of administrative, in issues of coaching and acquiring. We will be going there doing that legacy. And in the legacy program also, all 9 provinces will be getting strong floors that will be in the areas. And doing that, we will be making sure that when we play our games and as we are thriving towards turning netball professional, so as we turn netball professional, you cannot play a professional league on all weather court. You have to be on a scrum floor. So we were thinking ahead in making sure that we procure this floors and making sure that we capacitate our people. And we're happy to hear that the department is coming on board with extra amounts for Netball South Africa, not for 2023, just to do the capacity building, because that is key to us to make sure that we are where it should be. If I missed something, I don't know, I might be reminded, but that's the that I wrote down. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President. We are also managing the time. When we adopted the agenda was having time that must all look at it. We have asked questions, we have done follow-up questions, and I've indicated that these are last follow-up questions, DG. After DG, it's Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I believe that we have answered. It's just to affirm again the importance of having the board, the portfolio committee being briefed by the board of Netball World Cup. I think it will help a lot so that all issues relating to the state of preparations is then brought to the committee and in the presence of the board itself. So I think, Chairperson, that is what I think would assist in this regard. And then the second thing, I believe that we have covered a lot of ground about the issue of demographics around gender vis-a-vis what has been raised by the honorable members, that the sport in this country, we have, as I indicated, 13 million females. In fact, it's almost 31 million. And then we've got our 29 million males. And that is the statistics as per 2020 and 2021 around that. And therefore, the focus on supporting women's sport is an obligation we have, so that then we can empower the girl child. And if you empower the girl child, you empower the woman, you then empower the nation. And that's why the department remained focused in making sure that the agenda of transformation and participation of more women in sport and all other levels of life is achieved. So I think that is what I just want to confirm, Chairperson. Thanks very much.
Thank you, DG. Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and to members and the Netball South Africa. I think this was an important meeting, just to bring everybody to speak on what is happening. In 2 weeks' time, we'll be meeting with the board as a cabinet interministerial committee, just again to share views and experiences and the needs which goes with the World Cup of this nature. And I think the board has covered quite some ground under the leadership of Netball South Africa. All what South Africans should do is to focus on supporting this project. It's a country's project. It needs support. And I would want that when we deal with the preparations, we accord a similar respect to the leadership of netball as we do to other sporting codes. The leadership of netball is important because in the final analysis, even if you want to draw parallels with football, the National Federation was actually running the board. We were part of the board, all of us, government and everybody. But let everybody follow and support the leadership of netball and give them that deserved support. And in that way, we'll be able to succeed because I think there are other things which are petty, which do not meet the frame of mind of preparing for the World Cup. But thank you very much, Chair, for your leadership. Thank you so much.
Let me take this opportunity to thank you, Netball, led by the President, Cecilia. And now I will be giving you closing remarks. And then I will release everyone. At least the department has got closing remarks by the minister. And I'm giving you President of Netball to do your closing remarks.
Chair, before that, Chair, apology. I thought I'm the shadow minister. You'll give me closing remarks as you agreed yesterday.
It doesn't exist that thing, Mokhoz.
Can we continue with the meeting as a please?
On a lighter note.
President Cecilia.
Mama, let me take this opportunity, my honorable chairperson, to say on behalf of the collective that I'm sitting with here, on behalf of these Bogodos and on behalf of the netball family as a whole, let me take this opportunity to thank you and your portfolio committee for awarding us this opportunity. Look, we are here to learn. We are here to be guided. We are here to be shown the way. As leaders, we always, I believe that leaders learn every day. And I'll end up by saying that we took no offense of anything that was said to us. It's something that is building us, that is taking us forward, because as a leader, you must be able to take stones and don't build a mansion with stones that they throw at you. Build a castle, then you know that you're strong enough in doing that. So we are so pleased. We are not even angry at any moment. We would even love to come here again and engage more and learn more and do things more in everything that we are doing. As we always say in netball, hashtag Netball Friday Drive, hashtag taking netball back to the people, hashtag making netball fashionable, hashtag NWC 2023. Raise your hands up for 2023. Let's go, ladies. There you go.
Amanda.
You know, honorable members and the president, you are reminding me of Castas Mania. If you still remember that in the past committee, we took this thing and we must remember. Please, we must remember her when you are going to debate human rights, because when we are doing this, we are reminding of us that you must remind. I'm also want to take this opportunity, firstly, to thank you, Honorable Minister, that out of your busy schedule, which we know that you are sitting in one of these committees that call today we're going to have a family meeting, but also we are aware that your colleague, your deputy minister is doing what we are preaching as also as this committee, that gender-based violence, which every day in some other days, the pandemic of it, we see it happening here in this sport fraternity. So when some of you are not with us doing such important task, we feel that we are presented as members of this parliament. Keep up the good work. To sit in the committee which is taking decision in this country is not an easy thing. That's why sometimes we'll love to be with you, yourself and minister, and deputy minister, but make no mistake, when you are not here, the leader of your government department, DG, and the entire team, they always give us the important information. But with those words, I do thank you, Minister, and your entourage of your department. Mayor Cecilia, let me also take this opportunity to thank you as a team. I was part of those people who had to put down everything to go and be with the families of Netball South Africa, of Netball Club who was involved in accident. I was aware that the whole week, MEC, Department of Sports and Arts and Culture, they were up and down visiting each families. The department and the transport people, for the second day, they were hands-on on looking at the condition of that bus. It was not a good memory, honorable members and the department, to those who didn't go to that memorial service. When we were looking at our girls and their coaches, they were having bandages, they were limping, they were crying, and I'm suspecting, even if I was having chance, I was not going to be part of the funeral. But unfortunately, on that day, I had to rush to one of my family members who also passed on that day, days later, former member of parliament. So I'm saying, keep it up the good work, Netball South Africa. All the questions, all the information, we will be supporting you as this committee, and we want to be involved. Sometimes our involvement, it needs the budget of the committee. In some other times, when we want to be with yourself, will not do so. But to get an invite or invitation, it's in order. Department and Netball South Africa will apologize when we don't have time to go, but we must be hands-on also. We are jealous of this committee. We are jealous of the netball. And thank you also that what we are doing, you are doing for the nation and for the country. By those words, I'm releasing our department, I'm releasing Netball South Africa. Netball also is in my heart. As I'm going older, I felt that I'm still missing to be a player of netball, but I once tried here in the parliamentary committee of netball. I was giving them some skills when they invited interparliamentary netball. I attended, and I was even trying to coach the parliament netball players, saying that do this during the break. I'll go with telling the strategies that you send, you whoever. I'm saying thank you so much. I'm passionate about your work, Netball South Africa.
Malebongwe.
Oh,
Cecilia, ke nyaka skipa saka mo.
Wena
Cecilia.
Awuna skipa too long atalibonge. Awuna skipa.
Mona akita ka double XL mo go sa nyake XL1.
Thank you. You are released. You excuse netball. You excuse department. We want to finalize. We don't have minutes. A very few. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Good Friday. Throats are opened. Throats are open.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Nice weekend, everybody.
Excuse me, members.
I'm not closing the meeting. What about the minutes? Are you tired? You rushing for flights? Did you see the agenda? It's not yet. Honorable members, let me present the minutes. Unless otherwise, the agenda is not ended yet. Are we still here, all of us? Who's that?
Yes,
nice.
yes,
Who's this
Yes,
nice?
sir. Yes, sir.
Who's this
Yes,
nice
sir.
lady? Hey, Rosil, beautiful face here. Okay, can Zoe honorable members? Yes, hello, Honorable Mshongo.
Yeah. Firstly, I want to commend and congratulate and thank you the staff like Zolega Chabu. I've noted we've received the tracking documents that I've asked for. Thank you very much. I wanted that to be noted. And I move for the adoption of the minutes.
Honorable members, moving off adoption of the minutes. Any second?
Chairperson?
Yes, Honorable Adams.
Yes, Chairperson, I wanted to confirm that the minutes is a true reflection of the day. So I second on the proposal. Thank you.
Hey, your card. We are just like 16-year-old. You are so beautiful. Honorable members, let me take also this opportunity to thank you again. I'm bearing my daughter tomorrow. I was wondering whether I going to finish this meeting, because they've been calling me. I'm going to put her in rest here in Kwalanga, where I'm also having a constituency, fortunately. So I did thank you when you shared the condolences with us. Honorable members, it's not easy. This is first of kind. When you receive an appointment of the letter, you went out and go and buy the airtime in order that you communicate. When you get in the house, just fell down. When you're being taken to hospital, you pass on the way. So that's how it was so heavy to me. But through the support of you, honorable members, and sometimes being a leader given a responsibility, I've been in and out, being a head of a family, facilitating the preparations. The preparation are at the stage where I can say will put her to her rest. Thank you, honorable members. I didn't take kind of your message of condolences. It was not easy, it was very hard to me, but thank you for your support. Now the meeting is adjourned.
Condolences, Chairperson. Stay strong. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. But when I t-shirt notes are made.
Thank you.
Hey, Shumana, what's working? And again, I can size the problem.
The meeting is adjourned.
I can size.
Thank you. Sharp.